Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Sorry again for the late start, for the usual reason. The polls are at it again. We're being told this morning that 62%, this is the St. Lucia polls, we're being told that 62% of persons polled think that things are going badly in the country, as against 31% or 41%? What is it? No, it can't be 41%. Anyway, a minority, 31%, I believe, that think that they're going badly. Yet, the 41% think that the government is doing a good job, no? 21%. My equipment isn't working properly. Anyway, there's a huge discrepancy, right? The number of persons that think that things are going badly in the country. And when they think that things are going badly in the country, they are thinking of crime and poverty and lack of jobs and all that kind of thing. Primarily crime and lack of property, lack of opportunity, lack of jobs. But that's fine. They're not blaming the government for that. So, and for substantial numbers of people, according to these polls, the government is doing a good job. The country is going the wrong way, but the government is doing a good job. I am just wondering whether this is any more than an expression of contempt for the Jamaican people. How can it be held? How can a pollster be putting out that a clear majority of the people in the country think that the country is going in the wrong direction, but large numbers of them nonetheless think that the government is doing a good job? How can this be so? Don't they realize the role of government in the maintenance of order, for example? Is it that they're stupid and don't understand the role that government has? A, in the maintenance of law and order. B, in the provision of opportunity for the people whom they govern, for ensuring that people have legitimate pathways to happiness. They don't understand that. They're too stupid to understand that. That is what we are being asked to believe. Is it possible? Is it really possible that that could be so? I don't know. I really do not know. But this report is not complimentary to the Jamaican people. Not at all. Still, I don't don't know. I wouldn't like to believe that that is true. That a majority of the Jamaican people believe that the country is moving in the wrong direction. But nonetheless, they are so fascinated with the charismatic figure of Sister P. They're hypnotized by Sister P. And therefore, they're prepared to have at least 5 more years. At least 5 more years. Fascinating. Leaders bat for peace. That's the headline story of the Gleaner. Yes, yesterday there were peace meetings and so on. I wonder whether this will have any real effect upon what is going on in Jamaica. We have the worst crime rates that we have had for a long time, I think. I don't know. Peace seems far away. I mentioned yesterday, I think it was, the great deal of attention, the charisma, the charisma that seemed to have been perceived by the media in those 2 murderers who were released on parole on Friday. The attention that has been paid to them by the media in this country. On Friday evening, they were on all the talk, well, certainly all the ones that I listened to. No, I listened. There was one on what's the Breakfast Club station. I didn't hear anything about that on it. Maybe on the news, but there's a kind of celebration, man. It is as if the whole country had gone. Well, certainly all the media had been hypnotized by these 2 personalities. And it continues. There was a discussion on this morning, an interview of Mr. Pratt and a friend of his yesterday. And it continued this morning. And I heard on the program this morning that Mr. Pratt is, well, there's an American, a Los Angeles film company that is interested in doing a film on Mr. Pratt's career experiences. They're interested in doing a film on him, so his friend was advising him not to say too much, in spite of the hosts, trying to question him and to go deeper and deeper into his career. There was a certain reticence on his part. They want to save as much of it as possible for the film. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is 10:15.
This Labor Day, you've got a good reason to get out and work. Ace Super Center is getting you ready with their amazing Labor Day specials. Great prices on tools, hardware, paints, houseware, and more. Everything you need for the house, garden, and Labor Day project is at Ace Super Center. So don't miss these amazing Labor Day specials at Ace Super Center off Mandela Highway. Ace, the helpful place. Offer ends May 31. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. The Gleaner has a story this morning on page 2 about the headline says Miami court stays freeze on Chen Young assets. I gather that is not true. That's a misrepresentation of what happened. According to the information that I have, or that has reached me, that what has happened is that the court has reversed its earlier decision and there are no attachments to the assets. It isn't that it has stayed it. It has reversed its earlier decision, and the decision has been thrown out. But I also gather that the Chen Young lawyers are bringing another action in the courts in relation to the well, I don't know. I'm hoping to have somebody here in a moment who will give us some information about that. They're hoping to well, let's just wait until we have that information. Let's go to our telephones. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Morning, Uncle.
Hi.
How is everything, my brother?
Not too bad, thank you.
You know, for the past couple of weeks...
Past couple of what?
For the past weeks, when the polls were coming out and it was showing the dead heat with the GLP-1 point ahead, you were saying at that time that you are prepared to bet that as we get closer to the election, we will see where the PNP pull away and started to surge in the lead.
Yes.
And nobody were preparing.
Well, why didn't you bet me then?
You understand me? But over the weekend, you have proven to us that what you were saying for the weeks gone by, you was absolutely right. Well,
I don't know that the absoluteness of my rightness has yet been fully displayed.
You understand?
But give it time.
And I say to some friend of mine that Dr. Finn need to take some evening lesson from you.
Look, sir, I don't trifle with the name of God. Right? Okay.
You understand?
I don't say that God told me this and prophesy and he called me on the phone or whatever. Right?
Yes.
God gave me a brain which enables me to work out things like that, that.
But Mr. Perkins,
I don't play around with the name of God.
Mr. Perkins,
I think I owe God respect, right? Not respect,
yes.
RESPECK. I owe him respect, okay?
The PNP, Mr.
And
Perkins,
I don't use his name for political purposes.
The PNP need some.
I beg your pardon, I'm not hearing you clearly.
No, I'm saying to you, you hear me better now?
Yes,
I'm saying to you that the PNP need something to give it some form of energy. Because for weeks now they have been taking a battering. Not only in the sense what is going on within their own party, but also they have been taking a battering.
Well, I don't know. Are they getting good responses on the ground?
That's the point I'm making.
Are there huge strongs of people coming when they have meetings and so on?
Nothing is really going for them, Mr. Perkins, and that is the reason.
Oh, wait, man. Then how is it that we're hearing about the charisma of Sister P and how she's loved by the people?
That is the reason why, if you notice on your TV, you would have seen where the entire leadership of the PNP is right across the island at different divisional meetings. Because even your friend, Nicholson, the Justice Minister, I don't know if you saw him over the weekend at a meeting, saying to the Jamaican people that they must prepare for violence because he have seen sign of it so far.
Yes, I thought I heard something to that effect.
Mr. Because as I said before, they're feeling the pressure, Mr. Perkins, and they need something now to give them that little energy to work with. And since the poll have been come out now, showing them 7 points ahead, which is totally, as Mark Wignall said, a propaganda. You understand me? Because, Mr. Perkins, when you look at the seats them in which they are sitting PNP member of parliament, in which the GLP caretakers are leading. Yes, Mr. Bill Johnson so far have shown 4 in the Gleaner, where the GLP caretakers are leading.
You're relying upon that?
Mr. Perkins, did you saw on the TV over the weekend the meeting in which the GLP kept in Richmond last week, Thursday? You heard about it?
I heard about it.
Mr. Perkins, I need nobody to tell me about political meeting which have keep in Richmond from 1970 until the last one Thursday gone. And I am telling you that meeting in which the Labour Party keep in Richmond, Mr. Golden himself said, you have never have a meeting from Edward Siaga, Michael Manley, bigger than that one. PG have never keep a meeting in Richmond.
Yes.
In all his years of Prime Minister, he have never keep a meeting in Richmond. But Edward Siaga have kept in Richmond, Michael Manley have kept in, and this one on Thursday by Mr. Golden was massive, Mr. Perkins. And what surprised me is some people in which I see attended that meeting. You understand the point I'm making?
That what?
Some people.
Yes.
In which I see attending that meeting and say that they are prepared to give the Labour Party a chance. They want some change. And I am talking people who are not GLP people, but prepared to support the GLP this time. I know the people.
Well, that is not what the polls are telling us, sir.
Willie, Willie.
Eh?
You are real bench and St. Lucia. I don't hear mention the Bahamas, in which this same poster. But what Bill Johnson is doing is to contradict his own poll, because I heard you say that in the Gleaner this morning where 60% say the country is going into the wrong direction. You get the point I'm making?
Yes.
So if he is saying on one hand that the PNP is trailing the GLP in the own seat in which the PNP are a member of parliament, and he's saying no that the 60% of the people is saying that the country is going into the wrong direction, then how can the PNP end up at 7% ahead?
I don't quite understand. I was suggesting a while ago, sir, that the implication may be that the people of Jamaica are irredeemably stupid.
And that is the reason why Mark Wignall, at his own assessment, can say that he see the GLP with 37 sure seats, because there is a poll to be published from a different source, which the GLP is leading at 12% at the high and 6% at the low. Yes, because the finding is showing a 9% lead by the GLP. But if you add that 3% to our taker, it will take you 12 at the high and 6% at the low. And that poll is even the PNP own canvassing by its party workers, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Is showing the PNP trailing the GLP. And you raise a valid point. If the PNP is leading, why don't call the election now? You get the point I'm making?
Yes, yes.
Why don't call the election now? The next thing I want to talk to you about, Mr. Perkins, I heard some PNP callers is saying to you that they don't have any confidence in Mr. Golden because he left the NDM and go to the PNP. But they don't talk about two candidates which left the GLP and is now running for the PNP.
Yes, they're happy to have well, you know.
But what I want to say to you, Mr. Perkins, if you left in Constant Spring and going to Crossroad, and when you reach Tree, the vehicle broke down, and you're on your way to Crossroad, there's no hope of that vehicle reaching to Crossroad while other vehicles passing you which is going to Crossroad. Don't it is fair for you to take another vehicle to go to Crossroad?
Yes, indeed.
You understand me?
Yes.
So nothing in wrong if Mr. Golin think that the plans and the betterment of this country is for him.
All right. Thank you very much. I have to leave it there.
Take care.
All the best.
Take care.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to mid-level trough west of Jamaica. This morning will be sunny. During the afternoon, look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers. Over the next 3 days, expect mainly sunny mornings. During the afternoons, look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger. The double zinger sandwich. I'ma take some heating. KFC is finger-licking good.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Morning, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning to you, ma'am.
Yes, darling. I got a text on my mobile phone that I owe JPS $28,763. Yes, I've been paying my light bill straight up until April. I saw $8,000 from 5,000 plus. That's the reason. When I called them to query the bill, they said that because the meter wasn't giving the right reading, that's why I owe them $28,763. Now, Mr. Perkins, where on earth am I to get so much money to pay?
How much is it?
$28,763.80.
That's light bill?
Yes, it is.
How did you come to? Did they? What are they saying? That
Well, they said that the light bill that they sent for $5,000, it's not the right light bill.
Then why did they?
More.
No, hold on. They sent the light bill that they sent for $5,000.
Right.
Was that an estimated bill, or was it a result of a meter reading?
They did not tell me it's an estimated bill. They said that when I call, it's because the meter weren't working. They send it for $5,000, sometimes $6,000. But the right reading right now is the $8,000.
The meter wasn't working?
That's what they say. And I said, it's not my fault.
No, but if the meter was not working, then how would they know what you consumed during that period?
And when I called the lady, she said, me have to make some arrangement for pay. No, Mr. Perkins. Me no know what to say. Because right now, me say believe you, me frightened so till me even know. Me they are work and me turn fool. I text them send from my phone, say me owe $28,763.80.
So you haven't got a written bill?
No, it's just the text them send on my phone.
No, man. Collect the written bill. Right? Collect the written bill. Then, what? You know, if you could afford a lawyer.
May I think about it, you know?
Yes.
I think about it. Because before, you see, when Miran just take over...
Because people are not getting justice in this country, you know.
You see, before Miran take over, my husband used to pay up to $12,000 in 2002, you know, Mr. Perkins, until he accumulate up to nearly $100,000. So them cut it off, we pay and put it on, and that's how we are going, so till him get a little chance and him go and him finish, pay up the bill. And when me go now, me say me I'll change it out of his. name and so and put it in my name.
Yes.
So that me can, see how it go. And me go consumer affair and they must talk to the boss. So me start pay 4 ads, 5 ads and 6. And right the last time was about 6. And now me see them come with 8 ads and say them change out the meter because it not read good. When me queried to find out why me get $8,000, them say it not read good. So me fi pay 28,760.
No, but if the meter now read good, then how them arrive at the 28,000?
Them say from must January when like $2,000 extra to the company bill also accumulate up to $18,000 plus this bill. Mr. Perkins, me no know me I go manage, me I tell you the truth.
That don't seem to me to make sense, right? If the meter was not working properly, then they are in no position to say, if that's what they are saying. They are now saying that it wasn't working properly. You have no evidence that it wasn't working properly, right?
Because we don't know about that, Mr. Perkins.
But of course.
So how? Pay it, and next thing them all come now, if you go cut off your life, you put my pity them in the darkness.
No, man. What you need to do, go talk to a lawyer.
Me feel so me have to talk to one lawyer between Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
I know we are not paying $28,700 for their mistake.
What is happening in Jamaica, Mom, is that people, there's these people don't fight these things in the court. Right? First of all, they don't think that they're not sure that they will get justice in the courts, right? They can't afford the lawyer fee, so they succumb to these bludgeonings that are put upon them, right? No, you have to fight.
Mr. Perkins, I like a security work me do, me try to pay their light bill, Me try, I like a security work me do, because not there Jamaica, Mr. P. Not at all, not there. And me try to live up with me pity them as a decent citizen and try give them the best of what them can get. You understand me? And then if they go cut off the light, no one left my pity in the darkness.
No, well, you see, manage, no. But if you get the lawyer to write them, right, and tell them that you don't accept this bill, and you don't know how it has been arrived at, right, and you want an explanation, whatever. But all this needs to be conducted in writing, right? Because if you go and talk, then people can always say they didn't say, right? It needs to be conducted, this discussion needs to be conducted in writing.
These are people that look like we come here, them worse than me rant, Mr. Perkins. Everything gone bad, I just 2 weeks me buy one bottle of cooking oil.
Those people haven't come yet.
Cooking oil for $130, one of the vegetable one. And when me see it now, our $200 feed. Mr. Me fright, Mr. Perkins, me I tell my husband, him say yes, I say it for one.
Well, you go and talk to a lawyer.
All right, thanks, Mr. P.
Okay,
I'll take care of yourself.
Good. Hello? Hello?
Hey, hello?
Yes, good morning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. Yes, sir. Hello?
Morning to you.
Morning, sir. Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Perkins, I've got a telephone bill, right?
A telephone?
The telephone. And the telephone bill, Mr. Perkins, when I look at the bottom, yesterday I get it, sir. And today is the 22nd, and they say today must pay, Mr. Perkins. In the name of God, when we go and get the money, Mr. Perkins, prepare today. And if you don't mind sharp when you mind sharp, then cut off without you knowing nothing. How we go, Mr. Perkins? I'm not working. I'm an old person. How we going to manage?
Well, I would call them and tell them that the bill just came yesterday, right? And if they could give you some time to pay it.
Yes, Mr. Perkins, but no matter how we would call them, and they say this when you hear from the show, you hear them say your telephone is locked off because of you owing bill. Mr. Perkins, how wonders God Almighty Son, how are we going to manage in Jamaica, Mr. Perkins? How are we going to manage?
Well, Mom.
How are we going to manage? Them no business with the old, and them no business with the young. All them want is money to run election. So how are we going to make
to run what?
All the government want is money to run election.
But the government isn't getting this money to run election.
Oh God, man, they must get it. And where they get it, must get it, sir. To rent
Yes, but that's a different thing from your telephone bill. That's not where your telephone bill is supposed to go.
Sir?
That is not where your telephone bill is supposed to be going, you know.
No,
telephone bill goes to the telephone company.
As you said, what you say him to do, Mr. Perkins? What you say him to do, sir?
I would get in touch with them and tell them that you...
I have to pay that lawyer, sir?
No, what?
I have to pay a lawyer?
No, I wouldn't suggest that.
Okay.
In this case. What I would suggest is that you get in touch with them, tell them that the bill came only yesterday, right? And would they give you a few days to...
Okay, Mr. Perkins,
right?
I have to do that. But on the other side again, Mr. Perkins, now you want to tell me an old lady like me to pay $4,000 for a telephone bill? Yes, sir?
Well...
$4,000, sir? And when me look on the bill, me see one whole heap of different something on the bill when me know. Me no business with them the kind of number there, sir.
Well, you know, maybe what you need to do is go to
Yes.
Go to another company.
Yes, sir.
You know, get where you have a cellular phone, right? And you buy a card and you put it into the phone and you make your calls and you don't have any bill, right?
All right. Okay, sir. Okay, Mr. Perkins. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mutty.
Hi.
All right, this is my first time calling you, but I just want to say it's the first time the man from St. Mary's so right.
Why you treat me so bad?
I'm a listener. I'm a good listener.
But why you don't call?
Busy, man, busy. But I was calling to
You're
say...
too busy for me.
No, man.
My gosh.
The JLP mustn't get complacent.
Lord, why you treat
But let me
so
tell you
bad?
something. Port Maria and Richmond are two places that don't vote JLP. And when I saw that turnout, I can tell you, something is in the making.
You think so?
Yes, man. No think. I know. I'm from that neck of the woods, that side of the world. And when I saw the amount of people out there,
yes.
Richmond and Port Maria don't go, no matter how hard times get.
Yes.
Richmond and Port Maria don't change. And when I saw the crowd that came out there, trust me, it's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah?
But tell the JLP don't get complacent. Are gone.
Well, we shall see, shan't we? Hello? Oh, she's gone. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Perkins. This is, my name is Susan. I'm calling from the UK.
What?
I'm calling from the UK.
Yes. Nice hearing from you.
Mr. Perkins. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good. I'm glad to hear.
And how is Jamaica? How is it? Greetings to all the Jamaicans.
Jamaica is most unwell.
Well, considering Jamaica's so unwell,
62%
of what's going on over here. Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
England and the UK has been unwell for a long, long time. And Jamaica must hold on to their pride and dignity. Because it's not very well over here, Mr. Perkins. They're very sick-minded people.
Yes.
And what I must send to you, all the Jamaicans, hold on to the faith, hold on to your dignity and your respect.
Yes.
Because over here is very, very sick, Mr. Perkins. And I want to big up everybody and hold on. Because, Mr. Perkins, if you lived over here, you'd have a different story to tell on the radio every morning.
Is that so?
But, yes, but them cover it up, Mr. Perkins.
Well, tell us a couple now.
Well, there's a lot of shooting go on, Mr. Perkins.
A lot of what?
A lot of shooting, a lot of raping, a lot of killing.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. In domestic violence, women are killing man. They're killing 2 or 3 men a week, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, is that so? 2 or 3 men a week being killed in Britain?
Yeah, being killed in Britain by women.
By women?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. 2
And
or
there's a
3
lot
a
of
week?
Yeah, a week.
Over the whole of Britain?
It's getting worse.
Oh, Lord. What's the population of Britain?
I don't know the population of Britain, Mr. Perkins,
Well, I think
but
it's
I hear
over-
this on the news.
I think it's over 60 million in Britain, in England alone now. Right, I can't
Yeah,
remember.
because...
Hold on just a moment. Hold on.
Barco Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality laundry products such as Trill laundry detergent and fabric softener, PAL all-purpose cleaner, and PAL dishwashing liquid. Products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:46.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to mid-level trough west of Jamaica. This morning will be sunny. During the afternoon, look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers. Over the next 3 days, expect mainly sunny mornings. During the afternoons, look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome to Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes. I'm here. Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We were just talking about the situation here in Britain.
Yes. These women who are murdering men.
Yeah, women.
Why is this happening?
Men.
And who are these? Are these British people? I mean, you know, or are they?
Yeah, this is British people.
Uh-huh.
They're killing people by the day, you know, but they don't like to tell you. Like over here, we hear the only good news that I get over here is the Jamaican news.
That's the only good news you get there.
Yeah, because if we hear the news over here, then enough people going to fret. They don't really tell us what's going on. I have to look it up, and there's certain documentaries telling you what's going on anyway.
Yes. And the only news you get, the only good news you get in Britain is the news coming from Jamaica.
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
You know, the advancement of the children, children's advancement, children are very bright over there. Over here, I think the cable has a lot to do with it, because the children in Jamaica, if they're exposed to the cable, it's not doing them any good either.
Yes.
And you had a program on the other day about the young girls giving themselves to taxi men over there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you find that good news?
No.
Oh?
I mean, that's not good news, because the problem is that they're believing that the oral sex is good, but that's coming from Europe. Yeah.
Oh.
Europe is exposing them to the undecent ways, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, is that so? Europe is doing that to them.
Yeah, well, Europe's doing that by the America and Mr. Perkins, I'm so sad to hear what is going on. But as I say, the only good thing is the Jamaican news, because it's telling you about certain things that is hidden from England.
I see. Well, Mum, I'm glad to hear you're getting good news from Jamaica.
I know what's going on over there, you know, Mr. Perkins, but they're hiding the truth from us over here.
Oh, they are?
As to how many are killed every day, and how many rape and child molesters. There's so many bad things going on over here, but they don't want you to know, you know?
Yes. I see.
I'm just pleading to you all out there, you know, don't follow the Western values. Don't follow the European values. All the little children that are doing these things to the taxi drivers, it's a pagan thing. You know, it's coming from Europe.
I follow you.
And it has to stop, because it's no good for them, you know?
Yes. All right, Mum.
And my heart.
Thank you very much. Nice hearing from you.
Pardon?
Okay, hello? Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, one lady called about light. Another one called about telephone. Now I'm going to tell you about water.
Water is your problem?
Yeah. I seen some bill come, right? When I look at the bills, there's no way I could use
Would you speak up for me?
Alright, you hear me now?
Yes.
When I look at the bill, they come from Water Commission. No way I could be using that amount of water. Hardly at my house. Right?
Yeah.
When I link them, say, boy, when them come free the meter cover up with bush and whatever. So them don't bother with it, them estimating.
Oh, they told you that?
Tell me that.
Well, why? No, you see, the thing, that's the problem. If they told you that, they can now say that they didn't say it. They can now deny that they told you that. Right? If you had it in writing, now that would be a different matter.
But Derek could tell me that, so them can't read it because it cover up with dirt and bush and whatever. But yet still me come home a day and I see it cut off. And whole heap of digging up in my yard. So them dig up for find or for cut it off. But them couldn't dig for find a meter.
Well, I think that I would think that you have a duty to keep your meter clear so that they can get to it without any trouble. I don't think that there could be any.
No to that.
Eh?
I don't say no to that.
Yes.
Yeah,
but they didn't tell you that was the problem. That was a problem.
It's like I feel that the whole of them a utility place there. in a one big conspiracy for us rob way. It's a fact.
It's a fact?
It is a fact.
You think so?
And with the place that I'm call it, the OUR, don't have a use. Don't have one use.
They don't protect the interests of the Jamaican consumer.
No, sir.
Mm-hmm.
No, sir.
Yes, I suspect that you're right on that.
I really want to talk to you about in this situation regarding, and I heard what you say about the polls, right?
Yes.
And you're perfectly right. It's madness. How can a vast majority be saying the country going in the wrong direction?
How can what?
A vast majority of the people polled saying that them feel the country going in the wrong direction.
Yes.
And yet an almost equal amount of people saying that the government doing a great job. It's an absurd contradiction, no? Absurd. But anyway, this incident to the politician and him son who in the Stone Crusher gang.
Yes.
I wonder how you look at the situation, because I've been hearing some prominent...
Your voice is going down again.
I don't know why. You hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, man, I hear some prominent talk show hosts viewing them, opinions on that matter. And
Talking about what?
Hearing them opinions on that matter.
On which matter?
The politician in St. James whose son involved with the Stone.
Oh, yes.
And some of them saying, how can you say the politician don't have nothing to do with it?
Well, how can you say that he did? How can you say that he did?
That he did have
something to do with it.
But that's not the issue.
What is the issue?
The issue is, and as you always point out, right, you just need to resign as a matter of decency.
What for?
Oh, so you don't think so?
No, I wanted to hear what your view is, because I don't see if his son does something wrong, and the word is if. The word if there is important.
Yeah.
Because he has been accused of something. We don't know whether the accusation is provable.
All right.
Right? But let us say that the son is guilty. Now, how does that, what did the father do now that would require him to resign?
But my question would be, the nature of the involvement with the gang, could that just be something that happened like in a day?
No. Well, I don't know. I don't know. But assuming that he is involved in the gang, I don't know, he could have become involved within a matter of hours. But let us say that he was involved longer than that. Does that mean that his father would have had to know about it?
Not necessarily, but let us say that it can be proved that the father did have knowledge.
Well, if it can be proved that the father did have knowledge, right? That would be one thing. But can it be proved that the father did have knowledge?
Well, that is it now.
Is there any evidence of that?
Well, we'll see how that pan out. And the final thing is the Bob Wilmot investigation.
Yes.
What is really happening? What is happening?
Well, I don't know. The police here haven't sort of, they say they're, well, I don't know I'm not sure what it is that they're saying.
The question being asked is, there's supposed to be some toxicology report, right?
Some what?
Toxicology report.
Yes.
What happened to it? Why taking so? What happened?
I don't know, sir. I can't tell you that. All that I know is that the investigation is taking quite a long time, or has up to now taken some. How many weeks has it been going on? And they don't seem to be getting anywhere fast.
Well, I don't know. Everybody seems to have
And Mr. Mark Shields, where is he? He went off to South Africa. Is he still there?
But I thought you didn't know where I mean, because my next question would be...
I don't know.
Why don't you get him to come on and tell her what happening?
Eh?
My next question was going to be, why don't you get him to come on and talk to the public as to what happening?
Well, I don't know that he particularly wants to talk about it now. He would have called the press conference, wouldn't he?
Look like him love press conference.
Well, I mean, you remember how many he called?
Well, this whole thing right now is a travesty.
It is. I think it is looking very bad on Jamaica, you know.
Yes, definitely.
You know.
Anyway,
Okay.
Mr. Perkins, take
All
it
right.
easy.
Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns, and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center, and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11:01.
This Labor Day, you've got a good reason to get out and work. Ace Super Center is getting you ready with their amazing Labor Day specials. Great prices on tools, hardware, paints, houseware, and more. Everything you need for the house, garden, and Labor Day project is at Ace Super Center. So don't miss these amazing Labor Day specials at Ace Super Center off Mandela Highway. Ace, the helpful place. Offer ends May 31. Conditions apply.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake, and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut, and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory, and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products, baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Mr. Perkins. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
I am in the U.S. It's my first time calling your show.
You're in the
But I
U.S.?
listen all the time.
Yes, but would you speak up a bit for me, and more directly into the mouthpiece of the phone?
Oh, okay, is that better?
Yes?
Oh, yes, sir. I was saying I listen to your show all the time. I'm in the U.S. I am American. But my husband is Jamaican. He used to live in the area, I think it's called Hyoborn Street.
He what?
He used to live in the area in Kingston, Hyoborn Street, in that area.
I'm not hearing you very clearly. We're going to turn up hold on just a moment. We're making an adjustment here.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead now.
Yes.
Yes?
I was saying my husband used to live there. He's Jamaican.
Yes?
In Hyoborn Street, that's Kingston.
Yes.
And
indeed.
I was hearing the ladies talking about the water bill. Sometimes people tap into water.
Yes.
And they should check and see if anyone's tapping into their system. And I hear everyone saying there's nothing in Jamaica. I think there's a lot there, but a lot of corrupt things are going on.
Corrupt things are going on, you say?
Yes, sir. For instance, we were there, and a policeman stopped my husband like twice, and they see his license, his Georgia license, and they told him, this is going to cost you a lot of money. And so they took money from him.
What was wrong with his license?
Well, why did they stop us?
Yes.
They said we were speeding.
Oh, you were speeding. I see.
That's what they said. We were speeding.
And
so
the police
they take money.
It's going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah, and so they take money from us.
Oh?
And when you have like that happening all the time, that takes from the system.
Yes.
The government system that's made to help everyone. And my
So
husband told me
how much did they take for the speeding?
I think it was like 3,000.
3,000 Jamaican dollars.
Yes.
Yes.
And he told me do you better spend time. There's like a lot of water in his area where he used to live. So I don't know how those quarters.
Your voice is breaking up.
Okay. He was saying like there used to be a lot of trouble when it's time for election. He told me once that he was forced to vote before. But also like a lot of people there saying like they're poor, it's rough and everything's here, but there's a lot in Jamaica you just have to work for it, I think. Although there's a lot of corrupt things, there's a lot of corrupt things here in the U.S. Of course, they try to make it so perfect. Of course, they're not going to say that. There's a lot of corrupt government here, too.
You have a corrupt government there in the States?
Most definitely. Most definitely. It is. And it seems that people who have more money become out very quick. But
are you on a mobile phone? Hello? Oh, we've lost her completely. Well, hello? If you're able to hear us, would you call back? Sorry about that. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes, morning, Mr. Perkins.
Morning, sir.
Yeah. We're on touch on little the road congestion, Jamaica road congestion. I noticed, you see, you're traveling on the road, especially from Spanish Town going to the south coast or the north coast.
Yeah.
You find out
from Spanish Town going to the
north coast or the south coast.
The south coast?
Yeah,
you mean?
Are they going Mandeville or
I see,
Wuchi?
yes, all right.
And you find out that a journey that would take you probably an hour will take you all 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh.
And one of these reasons is those whole heap of tractor trailers that are on the road.
Now hold on a little bit. Where
like on the Mount Rossa.
Yes.
Mount Rossa is one of them.
But I don't usually see when I'm going towards the south coast.
Well, you don't have a lot going to the south coast like the north coast. Mount Rossa, is one of the bottlenecks.
I know that. When you say tractor trailer, what are you talking about?
That is the trailers that carry goods.
Yes, I see what you mean, yes. Yes, I know. I was on that road one night, some years ago, coming back from Montego Bay. And we were just coming down Mount Rossa. When we encountered a long line of traffic, absolutely stationary.
Yeah.
And we were there for about 3 hours, right? In the dead of night, because two of these vehicles, these articulated vehicles, had met on a corner, right? And I don't know what happened, but the lines gathered behind them, and apparently there was no movement for over 2 hours, right? And we had found them there, so God alone knows how long they'd been.
Yeah, but what I am seeing, you see, if the government had set their priorities right by rehabilitating the railway service,
Yes.
I don't think we would have such a congestion,
That is quite true.
Because, look, every productive country that I know of, most of their goods and service are traveled by rail,
Yes.
And I think if the government get its priority right by rehabilitating the rail service,
I think that the destruction of the Jamaica Railway was a disaster.
A disaster.
Of immense proportions.
Yeah.
That we haven't yet begun properly to understand.
Yeah.
Right? I agree with that.
Because if we have the railway service going, we wouldn't need so much trailer on the road.
That is quite true.
Because everywhere in the world that I go, and people, they travel their goods to factory and all about by train.
And the railway also moved passengers very frequently.
They move a lot of passengers.
Yes.
But I am really specified talking about the moving goods.
Yes.
Because this is one of the reasons why the bauxite company survive until now, Because if the bauxite company had decided, like the government, and phase out their railway service, then they would have to shut down and go a long time.
Well, it would have been horrible having all these vehicles carrying bauxite
on the
roads.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't think our priority is right.
We're all mixed up in our thinking.
Because
right? And a large part of the problem too is that we have gone in for individual private transportation rather than public transportation.
Yeah.
Right? And we have all these cars and they're cluttering up the roads, right? And we are not able, the purpose of having a car is to get conveniently from one place to another.
Yeah.
Right? And if you are going to have a car, around Kingston, for example, right? And it is going to take you hours to move from one side of Kingston to another, right? Wouldn't you have been better off having public transportation and getting there in 10 or 15 minutes?
Yeah. If you see, if the government had provided a proper transportation system for the Jamaican people, most people who have 2-3 cars in their home wouldn't have it,
That is quite true.
Because if you happen to go to US or Canada, most of those people, they just drive the car, park it at a subway station, and they take the train.
Yes, absolutely.
Go to work, they don't drive around,
That's quite true.
Right? But we have to get up. If you're working in Kingston and you live in Linstead, you have to get up 5 o'clock in the morning just to avoid the traffic.
You are absolutely right.
And when you leave work in the evening, coming back home, by you reach home in the night, you're tired more than anything else.
Yes.
And you see, government have to place their priorities. A lot of foolishness that they do is not called for.
Absolutely, sir.
We take our money.
Anyway, we have to go to the break, eh?
Okay,
thank you very much. All the best to you.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
Tasty, the original tasty, yes.
Everybody come here.
The original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite, most watching radio.
That's the taste of tasty.
Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
The original taste we love. Tasty, the original tasty, yes.
Savor the flavor, freshly baked.
Tasty, the original tasty, yes. Tasty.
listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, and we have with us Dr. Paul Chen Young. Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, Dr. Chen Young. How are you?
Well, Mr. Perkins.
Haven't spoken to you for a little while.
Yes, sir.
Look here, I see in the papers this morning in the Gleaner a story that says that the action that you better explain to me what it is. They are saying that they have stayed the execution of the warrant or the judgment on your property, am I right?
No, the headline is totally wrong. Last week, Wednesday, there was a hearing, and the judge ruled that the injunction should be lifted.
That the injunction should be lifted?
That's correct. They came up here and rushed to the judge. They had a hearing without me being represented. And the judge signed what's called an ex parte injunction, which means that within 30 days I could object.
That was prior to Wednesday.
Prior to Wednesday.
Yes.
Well, my attorneys went to court on Wednesday. And they argued my case, and the judge ruled that the injunction should be lifted. And the judge gave two very strong reasons. When an injunction is granted, it is obligatory that there be full disclosure. And the Jamaican attorneys and the American attorneys representing the Jamaican attorneys and the government did not disclose two things: that there was a stay of judgment on some injunctions in Jamaica. And secondly, they did not disclose to the judge that there was another trial to take place in Jamaica. Now, those are very serious matters of omission.
Yes.
And you will see in the ruling that the judge was very abrupt in dismissing the injunctions. So there's no injunction against me in Miami. It's the first time for over 10 years that I've won a case against the government, or won a ruling.
Yes.
Yeah.
The first time in over 10 years.
Yes, they've been persecuting me for over 10 years. From 1999.
And this is in the United States?
In Miami, Florida.
And this is the first time that you've won against them?
That is correct.
And now, what is this about, Dr. Chen Young? Could you remind us of that?
Well, in 2006, Justice Anderson ruled against me on 3 claims, and injunctions were imposed on my assets in Jamaica and overseas. Nothing was done until in April of this year, when they sought to have the courts in Miami recognize the injunctions which were in place in Jamaica. They came up here, and as I said, they got a judgment without my being represented.
Yes.
And they had injunctions imposed on my assets, whatever assets I have, in Miami.
Yes.
They were not satisfied with what they had in Jamaica.
Yes.
And so my attorneys argued the case to the judge and say they did not disclose material matters of substance.
Yes.
And the judge dismissed the injunctions. Not only that, but my attorneys filed yesterday what's called a notice of submission. What my attorneys are claiming is that the trial in Jamaica by Justice Anderson with Mr. Mike Wilson reach what we may call due process of law. Because Mr. Michael Hilton and Justice Anderson worked at Miles Fletcher Gordon at the time when my case was being handled by Miles Fletcher Gordon and Mr. Hilton was the chief lawyer.
The case was being handled by them on behalf of, on your behalf or on behalf of?
No, they were representing the government for Eagle Merchant Bank,
yes.
Eagle Life Insurance Company.
Yes.
So while Justice Anderson, who was then a lawyer, was at Miles Fletcher Gordon in 1998, my case was being handled by Mr. Hilton and Miles Fletcher Gordon.
Yes.
Mr. Hilton left and became Solicitor General. And shortly after that, Mr. Anderson is appointed judge.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson then heard the case argued by Mr. Hilton with the full force of the Solicitor General's office plus lawyers from Miles Fletcher Gordon.
Yes.
And so according to the attorneys up here, there is very, very strong legal remedy.
Yes.
When you have such a conflict. And the argument is that Justice Anderson should have recused himself.
Yes.
In other words, he should not have heard the case, given the relationship. And one of the remedies which my attorney is seeking is that no court in the U.S. should recognize any ruling from Jamaica.
I have that copy of that document in front of me.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's where things are now.
And that is a request, a submission that is being made in the event of any further procedures against you in the United States.
in the event that they were to attempt to bring rulings from the Jamaican court based on Justice Anderson's decisions and to seek to have them implemented in the U.S.
Yes. But
attorneys are arguing that those rulings should not be recognized because of the reason that I've cited.
But I get the impression from reading this document that that what they're asking is for a prohibition against any ruling from Jamaica being accepted in the American courts.
Well, I don't know if it goes that far because I just got it yesterday.
I get the impression from reading it that there is the argument is systemic. They're arguing against the system. You know, saying that the system is not a system that allows
a fair hearing.
A fair hearing,
especially against the government.
Yes. That's the impression I get. It's not a particularistic. It's general.
Not fully comprehended.
Yes.
You know what is in that document.
Well, sir, so you are relatively free now insofar as your property in the United States is concerned.
Whatever little properties I may have up here. Whatever.
But then they're still at you here in Jamaica.
So in Jamaica, they still have injunctions. In Jamaica, they still have injunctions against my properties.
Yes.
But they were not satisfied with that. I came to America to start a new life. I started a company. It was doing quite well. And they sought to come up here and crush me. That is persecution in the highest form.
Well, sir, this has been going on. I suppose there's some bankers in that. What are they saying, Dr. Chen Young? What is the argument that they're putting forward?
I didn't get that.
No, I'm asking, what is the argument that they're putting forward? That that somehow the collapse of your bank was your fault and that it resulted in what?
As you know, I have written about that in my previous book. And basically, I have no hesitation in saying that Davis is looking for a scapegoat.
Yes.
And with all his failures, he sees me, a person who has accomplished so much in Jamaica, as one who should be pounced on and has made every effort to try and destroy me. I say he's a wicked man, and I say so publicly.
Well, I don't know. Is that fair?
I say so. I have no reservation in saying so.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what evidence there is that he's being wicked.
It's a perception, and we all have perception.
Oh, it's your perception.
Yes.
But I don't know. I am sorry for people who have been subject to this kind of treatment.
Over 10 years now, I've been hounded and hounded.
Yes. Yes. And what they're doing in the United States is seeking to take away property that was acquired after this banking system collapse.
No, that is the biggest nonsense. That's the biggest nonsense, because when they got all the publicity about me having or trading in some 100 and something properties,
yes,
that is simply not so. What happened is that there was a company up here which is owned by a trust in the Cayman. And that company started very, very small, borrowing money and then buying and selling properties.
Yes.
And they claim that those properties are owned by me, which is utter nonsense. Absolutely no truth whatsoever. And my attorneys have all the documentation to show that.
Yes.
It was just a wild charge to continue their persecution.
Well,
here I'm trying to make a living in this country after they have destroyed me in Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
And here they are trying to crush me without any proper basis whatsoever.
Dr. Chen Young?
You know the proper is. Let me go on. I feel bitter about it.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to mid-level trough west of Jamaica. This morning will be sunny. During the afternoon, look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers. Over the next 3 days, expect mainly sunny mornings. During the afternoons, look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up in wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't make that stop you come to it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Dr. Chen Young. What further prospect is there of cases being brought against you in the United States by the government here?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Mutty.
Yes, I was asking you, what further prospect is there of cases being brought against you in the United States by the government here arising out of this matter?
Well, as I said, the notice of objection argues that the justice system against me certainly is not fair, and they will have to convince the courts up here that there's a due process.
Yes.
My attorneys feel that there was no proper due process because of the link between Justice Anderson and Mr. Michael Hilton.
Yes.
And that is the argument here. And I'm seeking legal advice in Jamaica as to whether I should file an application calling or seeking to strike out the ruling of Justice Anderson based on the same argument.
Yes.
But I'm seeking legal advice as to how I should proceed in Jamaica.
And the cases that are still pending in Jamaica, what are those about?
Oh, those nonsense suits. Actually, I hope I don't get into trouble. But what they're claiming is that, again, I did not disclose that I own Phoenix. Phoenix is not owned by me. There are 3 or 4 properties where I'm being with contempt, or they're arguing. These are properties owned by my daughter and my son and my former Mrs. Doris Hudson. And because jointly owned, and they say that it's not contempt because I did not disclose all of that.
Oh?
Yeah.
So they want to hold the...
Imprison me. I'm seeking to imprison me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's what they want to do.
I follow you. Anyway, sir, congratulations insofar as it has gone.
Well, there's a long way to go. And thank you so much, and I just hope the Jamaican people realize the type of leadership which they have with people like Dr. Omar Davis. I say so without any hesitation.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play some golf now.
I beg your pardon?
I'm late for tea time for golf now.
Yes, I see. Oh, for golf?
For golf, yes.
Oh, you're golfing today?
Yes, sir.
Well, have a good game.
Thank you so much.
All the best to you.
Bye.
Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good.
Mr. Perkins.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. What an irony, Dr. Chen Young. If you recall, when they interviewed Delroy Lindsay.
Yes.
One of the persons he credited with his success was Paul Chen Young.
Yes.
That helped him to get enough money together to buy the Workers' Bank and then go on into the Friends Group.
Yes.
Delroy has been lucky. He has had his burden lifted off his shoulder.
I was thinking about this.
Leaving him as free as a bird. And yet the pursuit of Dr. Chen Young continues.
Yes. And of Don Crawford. Don Crawford too.
Oh yes, well Don Crawford is the star of the show. But it's very strange. I mean, if you remember the Friends Group, had some very questionable transactions. You remember that property out in Salem in Runaway Bay?
Yes.
You remember what went down there?
Vaguely, yes.
Investing because a lot of money was invested there. When they knew, it was established that they knew that it was going nowhere. But he has had his burden lifted.
Yes.
Leaving him free as a bird.
Yes, well, sir.
This is by way, a gentleman who is a benefactor to the current government. He's still doing fundraising for them in Florida.
Is that so?
Oh yes. He was a very good friend and confidant of P.J. Patterson.
Oh.
You didn't know that? You didn't know that?
Well, I had some idea.
Yes, yes. But that's the way the justice system runs in this country.
Well, I don't know, sir. It's an awful thing that happened back in the early 90s there. Right?
Yes.
And I think the collapse of it's not just the banking system, because more than banks collapsed. A lot of businesses collapsed.
Mutual Life went down.
Yes. That Mutual Life that had been in existence for what? Over 170 years?
Yeah. For
Hello?
150 years.
I suspect it was longer than that,
Yeah. And there was a particular gentleman in Mutual Life, who
Yes.
played a great role. He was also a very good friend of the then Prime Minister.
Yes.
Boy.
And some banks seem to have had an easier time than others.
Oh, absolutely.
Century had an overdraft of $6 billion, was it?
Well, it was much less than the National Commercial Bank.
National Commercial Bank was
they were by far the biggest.
Was 30, whatever it was, billion or million.
They were by far the biggest.
Yes, they were 30, and Century was 6.
Yes.
But they weren't closed down.
But you see, they had some contacts in some areas that was beneficial to the government.
Yes. You know, it is remarkable, sir, that something like that happened. Has there been a study of this done by the University of the West Indies?
Well, they started to do something, you know, and it turned into a political farce. So I think they kind of shelved it.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Doctor, I think one of the persons' name was Perkins, too.
Oh?
Dr. Anna Perkins, and some other, around 3 or 4 of them were doing something.
Oh, is that so?
Many years ago, they announced it.
Uh-huh.
But I think it was shelved because it became very political.
Oh?
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
As you have pointed out, that between now and February of next year, we're going to have an election.
Yes.
When is a dialogue with the people going to start?
Well, I suppose when the
manifesto comes out.
When the manifestos come out, and when the election is announced.
But I would have thought that after 18 years of what we have had from management in this country,
yes,
we would need to wait for a manifesto to have a dialogue with the Jamaican people.
Well, I don't know, sir. I have a suspicion that
I listened to Peter Bunting on one of these. It was on Cliff Hughes' program on Monday of last week.
Yes.
I think they had an interview with him.
Uh-huh.
And Cliff Hughes asked him a very straightforward question. What is going right in this country and what is going wrong?
Uh-huh.
And it came out of Cliff Hughes' mouth that that the Prime Minister went to Bill Clark and told Bill Clark she needed Peter Bunting urgently.
Uh-huh.
And that's how this whole thing was unfolding.
Yes.
Anyway, when Peter Bunting decided to answer the question, the only thing that he mentioned as going wrong was crime.
Crime was the only thing going wrong.
You didn't hear the interview?
No, I didn't.
No, but go back and rewind and listen to it.
Uh-huh. Crime was the only thing going wrong.
Crime was going wrong, but everything else, business.
What about joblessness?
Huh?
What about joblessness?
No, there was no joblessness. We had been managed to cut down unemployment. Please go and get access to that interview and listen to it, because this is a man who we are being told is going to be the next Minister of Finance.
Uh-huh. What day was it?
Last Monday.
Uh-huh.
Last Monday evening on Cliff Hughes' evening program.
I think I may have it. I must go and listen to it.
Yes. This is the gentleman who is going to be the next Minister of Finance.
So it is rumored.
So it is rumored.
Uh-huh.
Nothing is going to change in this country if the Jamaican people don't wake up. You know? I mean...
Well, another 5 years of this should be interesting.
Yes, well, I don't know. Mr. Perkins, you had a lady yesterday who was telling you that the police should be allowed to do what they have to do.
Uh-huh. You know, sir,
and she's calling from Montego Bay.
Eh?
She was calling from Montego Bay.
Yes, I know. I remember her.
So, listen. She should go and read the history of Zimbabwe for the last 25 years.
Yes.
And look at Robert Mugabe's rise to power.
Uh-huh.
Because you saw what happened in Zimbabwe when the opposition started to oppose.
Uh-huh.
They were beaten, they were shot,
yes,
they were chopped. Now, it is not very difficult to transit from a state where you have bad behavior by the police to a state where you have total police state.
Uh-huh.
Now, is that what you want?
And if where a government is prepared,
an obvious transition, you know, from where we are now to a police state will not take very much effort.
Yes, but where a government is regards their rule as so important,
yes,
that anything that will lead them or cause them to be in office,
well, that is what
they regard as being good for the country.
Well, that is what we're advocating by that lady's call.
Yes. Well, the police state is only a very short distance away from that.
It's a very thin line.
Yes.
A very thin line.
Quite true.
A very thin line.
Absolutely correct.
If you open your mouth in Zimbabwe to oppose the government, you're smashed like an egg.
Yes. And where you have a minister of security who believes in severe, extreme, and resolute measures, that only fortifies the position.
Yes. Yes.
Well, sir, I don't know. Jamaicans, I hear it being said by the pollster that, 62% of the people believe that, that things that the country is going in the wrong direction.
Yes.
Right? But nonetheless...
Yes, Mr. Perkins, but you have to understand, the PNP they have hit the jackpot, because if you keep people uneducated and ignorant,
yes,
this is the obvious result.
Well,
you can rule them for 1,000 years.
I don't know that people are necessarily stupid because they're uneducated.
I didn't say stupid. I did not say stupid. You don't need to fool all the people all the time,
Yes. Hold on just a moment.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:45. Did you know that Jamaica's leading distributor of ball and roller bearings is in fact Bearings and Accessories Limited, located at 83 Harbour Street? They stock the widest range of bearings and other industrial products, such as oil seals, mechanical packing, conveyor belting, V-belts, pulleys, chains and sprockets, and more. Bearings and Accessories Limited has been in business since 1959 and is the sole representative in Jamaica of such choice preferred brand name manufacturers such as SKF, Timken, Torrington, Cooper and Seal Master Bearings, Dupree Conveyor Belting, and Sepco Sealing Products. Bearings and Accessories is now stocking and proud to offer high quality Timken greases for both auto and industrial type bearings. Visit them at 83 Harbour Street, Kingston, with available parking, or call 922-1950 or 922-5901.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Mr.
Hello?
Perkins.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I'm just thinking, the results from those polls. When you ask people about corruption,
yes,
I've always maintained that the Jamaican people don't really understand the effect of corruption on their daily lives.
that is quite true. That's absolutely
And
true.
I believe that dialogue that needs to take place between us, the people, and the opposition and the government, if that don't start soon, because there's a debt that has to be repaid by this country, and that is also going to impact on children yet unborn.
Yes.
And nobody's talking about these things.
But sir,
I mean, the traffic guru thing, Mr. Perkins, is far from explained, Nobody has really explained that whole mess adequately as yet.
Absolutely
We have thrown
true.
out theories. We have some suspicions.
And the country, sir, is not demanding an explanation.
Exactly.
And look here.
The media houses have just put it to bed.
Absolutely.
You
right?
know, the star of the day.
And
is
even
the
when they were
Stockbroker and
talking about it,
Yeah?
they were not talking about it in any intelligent way,
Absolutely.
right? Because it seems to me that one of the things that needs to be explained, Nigeria gives Jamaica a concession of somewhere in the region of $5 or $5 something per barrel of oil,
Yes.
right? Now, there are people lifting and selling Nigerian oil in the market
Yes.
who are not getting such a concession and selling the oil and profitably, making a profit out of it, right? So Trafigura could be lifting that oil, selling it, and making such a profit.
Absolutely.
Right? What then is happening to that $5 per barrel if Jamaica was only getting 18 cents?
You know what I suspect, Mr. Perkins?
What?
Good Works is getting a lot more out of this deal per barrel than Jamaica.
Oh, is that so?
You know, Good Works has offices in Jamaica, the Bahamas,
Yes.
Turks and Caicos Islands.
Well, I know that they
and
were
Nigeria.
I know that they were getting some money out of it, ostensibly because they made the arrangements with Trafigura.
No, this is.
No, I really do not understand how that works.
I
Right?
suspect that their commission is way above several times what the Jamaican people. Well, Mr. Perkins.
No, the next question is that 31 or whatever it is million US, right?
You see, there you go again. You're
Was
going
it
back to
US?
31
No,
million.
it was 31 million.
It was 39, nearly 40 million.
40 million J.
Yes.
J dollars.
But you know, we have this.
Now, where did that come from? Was it from out of Trafigura's pocket? Or was it part of the $5 a barrel?
But Trafigura told you they made no political contribution.
Yes.
They made it was a commercial transaction.
Yes. But they were saying it had something to do with bauxite. Did they say
Mr.
that?
Perkins, if I am the minister in charge and you are coming at me with that, I'm going to say, look, what I'm doing here is going to earn this country billions of dollars in the future. So I'm going to take the flak. Yes, it was bauxite. Yes, it was a bauxite thing. That's the first thing I would say. They have not done that. There's something
No, I think that there's a lot of information still to come out on that, sir. And the whole thing smacks of some serious corruption.
The most frightening thing about this country is the lack of oversight
Yes.
that anyone has on this government.
Yes.
Or any government.
Yes.
They can sit down in there and they can manipulate and do as they please with the country's
Yes.
assets, which they have been doing.
And people don't really care, you know.
And nobody can lift a finger. The opposition is helpless. That's what I'm hearing. The opposition can't do a damn thing. The government just do as they bloody well please.
Yes. And people
and who
accept
don't like it, lump it.
People accept it.
And we accept it.
Yeah.
We accept it. That is why I'm telling you, 5 more years of, and Mr. Perkins, look at the people coming back into the politics. I am trying to find something that decay Duncan did in his days that I can point to and say, yes. So Ronnie Thwaites the same thing. Peter Bunting the same thing. I mean, I'm trying to point to the only thing that I can remember D.K. Duncan saying is that the country was too clean, desanitize it.
No, it wasn't the country.
No, it was the German.
That thing down at the German.
It was the German school,
yes.
but that transits to everything else around him. Yes, man. Yes, man. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves.
No, we're in a terrible. And you know, sir, the problems of Jamaica are not resident in the ghettos, you know.
No, but you heard it yesterday from that lady.
Yes.
That lady saying, let the police do what they have to do.
Absolutely.
And that transition from police brutality to a police state, she don't care.
But hold on a little bit.
She don't care.
The most popular policemen in Jamaica have been some of the most brutal, you know.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, still, I mean, we still have a man there that...
Men who have been taken off frontline duty.
Yes.
in connection with
Justice is
allegations of brutality. Put it that way.
Justice.
Right? If you had a vote tomorrow, to determine whether they should be brought back into active frontline duty, I think the support would be overwhelming. Right?
It would be overwhelming.
And yet the very same people who are shouting for them to be brought back, put back online, right? 5 minutes time, when they get attacked, you hear them screaming for justice.
Oh, yes.
Yes, yes.
Oh, yes. Justice is semantics, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, well. Oh, justice, thou art fled to brutish peace, and men have lost their reasons.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But, Mr. Perkins, we need to have that dialogue.
Yes.
If we go into an election without having that dialogue, we deserve what we get.
Well.
And what we are going to get is not going to be very pleasant.
I thought that there was an agreement that there would be a debate between the Prime Ministers.
What do you expect from
Well,
that?
between the Prime Minister and Mr. Golding.
What do
the
you
leader.
expect from that, Mr. Perkins? What do you expect from that?
Well, I don't know. It should be interesting to see.
You think so?
Huh?
Yeah.
And I have a suspicion that the Labour Party is reluctant to. They say that their manifesto is prepared, but that they don't want to get to put it out before the government comes out with theirs.
Mr. Perkins, if I was in opposition for over 18 years, I would have a manifesto out there already, but all I would be doing now is fine-tuning and tweaking it, looking at the present circumstance, trying to look at the future and tweaking that manifesto.
Yes.
That conversation, that dialogue need to start. The people need to have that dialogue with the two political
Well,
parties.
I'm not sure that I would recommend that, because if the opposition did that, then all that would happen is that you'd see it in the government's manifesto.
Boy, if that is the stage that we are at, then we are in a bad shape.
I don't know, but there needs to be some intelligent discussion of what. And I tell you something, so the government, where that kind of thing is concerned, the government is in a difficulty, because.
No, but listen, the PR machinery has been revved up,
oh God, yes.
The media,
yes.
The electronic media, you realize Breakfast Club is coming out with an afternoon program now.
So I gather, yes.
They're revving it up, and that is where the PR thing is going.
Well, I don't know, because there are Labour Party people and PNP people on that program.
Well, we'll see where it goes.
Yes.
We'll see where it
goes. But the thing is this, that a government that has been in office for 18 years, what can it promise the country? Right? It's been in office for 18 years. And at the end of 18 years, 62% of the people, according to Mr. Bill Johnson, are saying that the country is moving in the wrong direction.
Yes.
And I'm amazed that it is 62% and not 98.
Me too. But
right.
that.
I mean,
we still have an electorate.
Well, no, 98 is a bit low. I was trying to cover the people in Bellevue Hospital, and I don't think they represent 2% of the population.
No, I don't think so either.
No. So 98
Although
would
you
be a
have
bit
some out
low.
here in the public walking around,
But at the end, given that you've been there for 18 years, the country is moving in the wrong direction.
Yes.
What do you now say? What promises do you make?
Curry goat, white rice, white rum, and big breed goat.
Well,
and probably some fowl in between.
I don't know, sir. You certainly would have, to the rational man, no credibility. Because you had all the time you needed to do anything that you're going to promise now.
Jamaicans have very, very short memories.
Right? But, our problem in Jamaica is that we are not Jamaicans. We are either PNP or GLP.
The green shirt or the red shirt.
Either the green shirt or the red shirt.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
But we're not Jamaicans. We have no loyalty to our country.
Absolutely not.
Right? That is our problem. Anyway, sir, thank you very much.
Have a good day, Mr. Perkins.
All the best to you. We'll leave you now for the news. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by True Juice, premium quality juices. Be natural.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The East Kingston Police are maintaining a strong presence in a section of the Southeast St Andrew constituency following last night's drive-by shooting which left one man dead and 3 others wounded. The police say 26-year-old Miguel Wilson was fatally shot and 3 other persons hit during the attack at the intersection of Langston Road and Waterloo Road. It happened about 8:15. When contacted a short while ago, a senior officer at the East Kingston Police said residents in the Langston and Waterloo Road communities are now tense. The drive-by incident occurred just hours after a soldier shot and injured a 61-year-old woman. The shooting was reportedly accidental. And the police say adequate security arrangements have been put in place for this afternoon's tour of the Southeast St Andrew constituency by Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller. The Prime Minister is heading to the constituency to try to boost political support for sitting MP Maxine Henry Wilson. The tour comes less than a week after a Gleaner-commissioned Bill Johnson poll indicated that Mrs. Henry Wilson is losing ground to the JLP's Joan Gordon-Webley. The Prime Minister will be accompanied on the tour by Mrs. Henry Wilson and other representatives of the party within the constituency. Pollster Bill Johnson had concluded that Mrs. Henry Wilson's best chance to keep her seat is to address perceived differences between her and the Prime Minister. The Southeast St Andrew MP supported Dr. Peter Phillips in last year's bitter PNP presidential race. However, there are indications that the party is moving to change the perceptions that the party president and Mrs. Henry Wilson are at odds. The murder case involving 21-year-old university student Rodney Beckles has again been postponed. This morning, when he appeared in court, the prosecution asked for another date to be set for the hearing because all the relevant documents, including a forensic analysis, were not ready. On April 19, the accused, who is the son of university principal Hilary Beckles, was denied bail by Justice Marva McIntosh, who feared that he would not turn up for trial. This morning, another bail application was not made, and Justice Carol Beswick ordered that Beckles return to court on June 28. He has been charged with the murder of 28-year-old Khalil Campbell, the son of a High Court judge. Campbell died after an alleged altercation with Beckles over marijuana on premises of Old Hope Road in St Andrew. Last month, the court was told that of the 18 stab wounds that Campbell received, 16 were superficial, while 1 was to the heart and the other to the neck. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 4 minutes after 12. Stakeholders of the gasoline retail trade are to continue discussions today in an attempt to prevent industrial action over a pay increase. Today's meeting follows one yesterday involving Energy Minister Philip Polwell, haulage contractors, representatives of the Jamaica Gasoline Retailers Association, JGRA, and the National Workers Union, NWU. The meeting was called in response to an ultimatum issued by the union after wage negotiations broke down with the JGRA. NWU President Vincent Morrison says it's hoped that the pay issue relating to the haulage contractors will be resolved during today's meeting.
agree that there are a number of issues impacting on the sector that needs to be addressed. Minister Paul undertook to deal with some of these issues. A team from the haulage contractors have been selected to meet with us at 2 p.m. and we are hopeful that reasonable progress will be made in terms of coming to an agreement.
NWU President Vincent Morrison. The union has given the JGRA until the end of the month to arrive at favorable wage packages for tanker drivers. The drivers want a 15% increase in wages in year 1 and 10% in year 2. In the meantime, further talks are to be held sometime next week to discuss a better compensation package for pump attendants. Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, PAC, has agreed to conclude the protracted deliberations on the $43 million cost overrun on the Sandals White House Hotel project. This was revealed at this morning's sitting of the PAC. Edmund Campbell reports.
Government member John Juna proposed at this morning's sitting that both the opposition and government members examine the controversial draft report and submit their final positions next Tuesday.
So why don't we accept the realism of what we're dealing with here? Have our meetings, come next week, and you present those parts that you have agreed on, and we will deal with those.
He said that it was not necessary for the opposition to submit a minority report, arguing that a difference of opinion could be included in the final report. But opposition member Clive Mullings contended that a minority report should remain an option for the opposition members.
If it therefore means at the end of the day we have a sufficient number of persons who may not constitute a majority, but who share a view and have a degree of dissonance with what is happening in the final report, there's no harm in a minority report.
Opposition member Clive Mullings. However, Mr. Juna said the committee should focus on the recommendations to prevent a recurrence rather than concentrating on the conclusions that assign blame to various parties. Meanwhile, government member Sharon Hay Webster said that there was general agreement on the report with very few dissenting views.
Edmund Campbell ending that report. The National Works Agency, NWA, is reminding persons that they must first receive permission before painting pedestrian crossings or installing any fixtures on main roads. The reminder comes in anticipation of Labor Day activities tomorrow. Senior Communications Officer at the NWA, Colin Morrison, says it's important that any amendments to public roads be approved by the agency to guarantee safety. In addition, Mr. Morrison says there are stipulated guidelines that must be followed when painting pedestrian crossings and other such activities.
They should contact us so that we ensure that it's the proper width and the zebra marks are the proper size. Road marking paint is advised. Proper signage should be in place. These include warning signs. Depending on the visibility and the sight distance in either direction, there should be a slow sign. If it is in an area where there are children or close vicinity to a school or playfield or near to a playground in a community.
Senior Communications Officer at the NWA, Colin Morrison, speaking this morning on Independent Talk on Power 106. In the region now, government officials in St. Lucia have confirmed that Prime Minister Sir John Compton met with Acting Prime Minister Stephenson King yesterday to discuss matters of national importance. They said Sir John, who returned to St. Lucia yesterday morning, summoned the acting leader to his home for the meeting shortly after he returned. While it could not be ascertained what topics were covered during the discussions, sources said Sir John appeared to be in reasonably good condition. It's expected that the 82-year-old Prime Minister will be back on his feet in about 2 weeks, but there was no indication as to when he would return to office. Sir John was hospitalized in the U.S. for more than a week after suffering a series of strokes. The United States Senate has delayed voting on a controversial immigration bill until sometime in June. The bill could give legal status to 12 million illegal immigrants in the U.S. Last week, President George W. Bush and a bipartisan group of senators crafted a compromise version of the bill that would also strengthen border control. Democrat leaders originally intended to try to pass the bill this week, but they have agreed to extend the deadline to give more time for the proposals to be deliberated. Supporters of the bill in the Senate are hoping that it will be approved before the upcoming election as politicians turn their attention to the 2008 presidential vote. Finally, a high-level Chinese delegation has arrived in the U.S. for a 2-day summit on trade and economic cooperation. 16 Chinese ministers, or almost half of the country's cabinet, are participating in the talks. The key strategic economic dialogue comes amid growing tension over trade between China and the U.S. Members of the U.S. Congress are particularly concerned about the exchange rate between the Chinese currency and the U.S. dollar, which they say makes Chinese imports too cheap. This is the second in a series of talks between officials of the world's fastest growing economy and the United States. And those were the stories making Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Midday Sports is next.
Midday News was brought to you by True Juice. Premium quality juices. Be natural.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Olympic gold medalist Veronica Campbell will lead a host of top Jamaican athletes to the 2007 Reebok Grand Prix track meet next weekend in New York. Organizers of the event say the meet will take place at the state-of-the-art Econ Stadium on Randall's Island on Saturday, June 2. World 200-meter junior record holder Usain Bolt and Commonwealth Games 100-meter champion Sherry Ann Brooks will also participate. Other Jamaican athletes booked for the meet include Commonwealth Games medalists Omar Brown, Novlene Williams and Jermaine Gonzalez. AIK Stockholm's Kari Stevenson will not be available to represent the Senior Reggae Boys for the June 5 friendly international against Chile. The 26-year-old midfielder's father, Stuart Stevenson, says the club will not release his son. Stuart Stevenson explained that Kari has just resumed full training with the club after suffering a broken arm. He says the Jamaican Football Federation is aware of the situation with Kari. The overseas-based players who will be available are Luton Shelton of English Premiership team Sheffield United, Sean Fraser of Miami FC, Ricardo Fullo of English Championship side Stoke City FC, and Bolton Wanderers defender Ricardo Gardner. Fulton and Shelton are already in the island. Carlos Edwards, Dennis Lawrence, Clayton Ince and Jason Scotland have pulled out of Trinidad and Tobago's national squad for the June 6 to 24 CONCACAF Gold Cup. The players based in England have decided to stay away in solidarity with their fellow World Cup players who have been blacklisted, that should be, by the local federation. Some senior players have been axed from the TNT squad because of an impasse with the local federation over reward money. The senior team will also participate in the Digicel Shield on May 28 and 30 at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Still on football, long-time rivals Seba United and Violet Kickers will face off at Tucker this afternoon in the last semi-final of the St. James Football Association's Western Sports Championship Cup knockout. The game will kick off at 3:30. The winner will meet ACS Sports Club, who came from a goal down to beat Seba Youths 4-3 on penalty kicks in yesterday's first semi-final at the Irwin High School ground. Cricket now. England have given left-arm seam bowler Ryan Sidebottom a surprise call-up to the squad for the second test against the West Indies at Headingley on Friday. Michael Vaughan and Andrew Flintoff will both return. However, Flintoff faces more fitness tests to see if his ankle can stand the pressure of a 5-day match. The opening test at Lord's ended in a draw yesterday. And the first test between Bangladesh and India petered out into a draw today despite an aggressive declaration from touring captain Rahul Dravid. After a delayed start to the morning's play, Dravid brought a premature halt to India's second innings, setting the hosts 250 to win in a minimum of 43 overs. Bangladesh closed on 104 for 2 after 28 overs, with both captains agreeing a result was unlikely. Scores: India 387 for 8 declared and 100 for 6 declared. Bangladesh 238 and 104 for 2. Finally, Cricket South Africa CSA announced today that International Cricket Council ICC President Percy Sun is in critical condition. The CSA statement did not add further details, but it has been reported that Sun is in intensive care in a hospital in Cape Town. He is suffering from complications following a minor colon operation. Sun became ICC Vice President in 2004 and succeeded to the presidency 2 years later. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Stay tuned now for a word on the weather.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvy's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvy's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface to mid-level trough west of Jamaica. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect isolated showers, mainly over hilly areas. Tonight will be partly cloudy. For the rest of the week, expect mainly sunny conditions during the mornings and partly cloudy skies in the afternoons. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvy's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvy's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. East Kingston Police maintaining a strong presence in a section of the Southeast St Andrew constituency following last night's drive-by shooting which left one man dead. And the police say adequate security arrangements are in place for this afternoon's tour in the constituency by PNP President Portia Simpson-Miller. Stakeholders of the gasoline retail trade to continue discussions today to prevent industrial action over a pay increase. Parliament's Public Accounts Committee agrees to conclude protracted deliberations on the $43 million cost overrun on the Sandals White House Hotel. From the region, St. Lucia's ailing Prime Minister Sir John Compton meets with Acting Prime Minister to discuss matters of national importance. And further afield, United States Senate delays voting on a controversial immigration bill until sometime in June. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
What a price! Now you can get a brand new 2007 Mitsubishi Lancer from Motor Sales at the unbelievable price of $1.65 million while stocks last, with CVT transmission, dual airbags, ABS brakes, and 1.6-liter engine, plus many other features. There'll never be a deal like this again. The 2007 Lancer at Motor Sales. Everybody loves the Lancer. Drive yours home today.
This Labor Day, you've got a good reason to get out and work. Ace Super Center is getting you ready with their amazing Labor Day specials. Great prices on tools, hardware, paints, houseware, and more. Everything you need for the house, garden, and Labor Day project is at Ace Super Center. So don't miss these amazing Labor Day specials at Ace Super Center off Mandela Highway. Ace, the helpful place. Offer ends May 31. Conditions apply.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And we're going to go straight to our telephones. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, yes?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Mr. Perkins. I made an application to the RGD for a marriage certificate and 2 birth certificates for my children from the 4th of January of this year.
Yes.
I received the marriage certificate and 1 birth certificate. And I've been calling the head office for like 2 weeks now, and nobody's answering the phone. So I'm just wondering what is happening. I just want to make a query on it to find out.
Well, that's nothing unusual. Nothing at all unusual about it. I mean, you might keep calling them for another year or so and not get any response. You paid the money?
Yes, I paid the money in
Yes.
Bay.
Yes.
For all 3. Right, and I just received 2 and I can't receive the other one, and I need it for school.
Well, I tell you something, that's the way things work don't work in Jamaica, you know.
Yes, sir.
That is Jamaica for you.
So that means I would have to apply again.
What the government is interested, the government agency, what the government is interested in is getting money out of you, not in providing you with a service.
It's quite obvious.
Yes. That's the way.
So, Mr. Perkins, that means if I'm to get it, I have to apply again and pay another money.
Well, I'm not sure. May not be necessary. But then if you go, they might tell you that they can't find it and you have to pay for a search and you have to do this and that and the other. And I don't know. It just is not efficient.
I paid $100 to search already.
You did?
Yes, I paid them $100 to search. That's what they said. So I'm supposed to pay another $100 to search and another money again to receive that birth certificate.
God alone knows, but that place is notoriously inefficient.
Okay.
Right? Notoriously so.
Okay.
And I don't know, I suppose its merit lies in making money for the government, you see.
Okay. but it is so sad. you are
It's very sad.
hardworking and you have your children trying to, make
Yes.
a dollar, and your money just go like that?
Yes. You know the colors in the Jamaican flag?
Yes.
Green, gold, and...
Black.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
You know what they symbolize?
Yes.
What?
Black for hard times.
Hardships. Hardships there are.
My
Right?
God.
Mm-hmm. And the role of government and its agencies is to create even greater hardship.
Yeah, for
Right?
real. My God. But Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Mom.
Why they refuse to answer the phone at RGD?
Well, I mean, why should they not? Maybe they're having lunch or maybe even some sort of little prayer meeting, which I gather they have from time to time.
Mr. Perkins, from 9 o'clock until 4 o'clock in the evening?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they had the prophets there.
God.
It is,
not even the operator refused to pick up the phone, sir.
Yes, it's very sad.
Very poor service.
Very poor service.
And on the thing they said, what they said again, something another about aim to please.
Uh-huh.
That's we aim to satisfy.
That's what they have out there?
That's what is on my receipt, on my duplicate receipt. It says, we aim to satisfy.
Oh,
That's
is that
rubbish.
But they don't say satisfy what or whom?
Well, that is it.
Ah.
But without our money, they don't have a job, Mr. Perkins, so why they have to be treating us like that?
What?
Without our money, they don't have a job.
Uh-huh.
So why must they treat us this way?
I don't understand you. Is the government treating you any better?
Well, that's another sore point.
But they continue to have their job.
Because we are the one who put them there.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway, Mr. Perkins, you have a very, very sunny day.
Okay, Mom.
And you stay your sweet self, as always.
Okay,
and
thank you very much.
for your time.
All the best to you.
Bye-bye.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Have you been watching the Orange TV station that you have?
The what?
Orange TV station.
No, I didn't know of that.
Well, last week, Sunday night, Janice Bud came on with a very bright orange colored dress.
Uh-huh.
Last night, Doreen Samuels came on with a bright orange tunic.
Uh-huh.
And all through this station at night with the advertisement and everything is all an orange background on TVJ.
Is that so?
Yes, take a good look at it.
Uh-huh.
For instance, the 500,000 ad that Scotiabank put on. On TVJ, it is in orange.
Uh-huh.
On CVM, it is in red.
Beg your pardon?
Yes, watch the station, good man. It has gone completely orange.
Uh-huh.
And then the classic last night is the Reverend Harabir came on to give a message.
And he was in orange?
And talking about get rid of tribalism. And he had an orange colored shirt.
Oh?
You must look at these things, man.
Oh, I didn't see
In
that.
other words, they are subtly pushing the PNP color to the forefront. Every damn thing is orange. It's an orange TV station.
Oh. I hadn't noticed that, sir.
Well, I noticed it.
But,
So take a good look. They are gone completely orange.
Uh-huh.
All a nice red car that come on CVM. When they come on TVJ, it is completely orange.
What is that?
A sports car.
Uh-huh.
When it come on CVM, it's a red car. But when it come on TVJ, it's a orange car.
Oh, well, maybe there's something wrong with the, I don't know.
They know how to draw on this outlook. But you take a good look at it and see.
You're sure the problem is not on your television?
It's a very subtle way of reminding us that we must all go orange.
No, I'm asking you. Are you sure that the problem is not on your television set?
Well, I mean, something is wrong, sir, because
Maybe there is something wrong.
When I look at the $500 ad on TVJ at 7:30, 8 o'clock for Nova Scotia, it was completely orange when Scotiabank thing came on.
Uh-huh.
and then I turned to CBM, and the same had come on, and it was in red.
Yes, well...
And then I looked at him the gentleman's shirt...
Maybe there's a problem with your television set.
Eh?
Maybe there's a problem with your television set. Hold on just a moment for me.
My mother say he going to pass my exam because me have brain power. Mother's power patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
Nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked, stuffy nose. Cavonia, mentholated cough mixture, nighttime formula, bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked, stuffy nose? Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia! Made in England by Thornton and Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The Double Zinger is back.
Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy Double Zinger is back and now available in Spicy Barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The Spicy Barbecue Double Zinger.
The Double Zinger sandwich. I'ma take some heating.
KFC, it's finger-licking good.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Thank you very much. Back here online. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Uh-huh. You know, some time ago, we got on, there was a call. Hello?
Yes, I'm listening.
We got some sort of, yes, at Mountain View, where they found some drugs in a yard and some vans, and the police must seize the drugs. And I don't know what they did with the van, but we never hear anything more about it again.
Uh-huh.
And I think that should be a good thing that the people could know, because the vans was there and the drugs is there, but nobody was there.
Uh-huh.
So I want to know if any investigation was.
I don't remember the case, sir.
You remember the time, though?
No, I don't particularly remember the case. You know, there are so many of these things that happen.
It was found on Mountain View. They didn't give the number, but they said 2 vehicles there and an amount of drugs. So, and from that, never hear anything at all about it again. That is bad.
Well, I don't know.
You make a research again, because it should be
all right
there.
I'll see.
Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Hello? 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 Okay, I don't know what's happening there. Hello?
Hello.
Yes?
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir?
How are you doing, sir?
Not too bad, thank you.
Good. Mr. Perkins, I'm concerned about the JPS.
The JPS?
Yeah, I'm concerned about the JPS.
What about
that
it?
This man going out and him pick a man to come in now, after when so much people over the years has been calling and talking and bawling about the JPS, the way in which we've been handled, our bills and so forth. And nobody, you want to tell me the government sell JPS and JPS come in and handling and the government not hear the ball and the people dip hand in it, and we say something must wrong, let them investigate or so forth about it. And know that this man going out now, him choose a next man to come in again to come robbery.
Well, I don't know that the new ones coming in are necessarily coming in to rob you, but
But Mr. Perkins, if the man who go out never
you should
have
be prepared for it.
credibility, and him go get to a next man coming in, what you expect? Now the same thing our world never have.
Yes, sir, I don't know. I wouldn't be too sure that
there is not a thing. No care how you try to conserve, no care how you try to conserve an electricity. It go. The only little thing that we see, is the water. Every bill a man get and him see it, absorb it, and him going to try to see what him can do to it. And it's all that's the only thing. No more the water and now this because they are trying to conserve and you see it go down a little. But instead of the electricity, if it come down, it go up.
Yes.
You understand? And you know, hear nobody at all from the government that come out and say something about the people who are crying so much about the electricity.
Well, I don't think that the government is particularly interested in protecting the interests of the Jamaican people, you know.
Over the years, me has been listening, man, and them come out and try to fool the people, and the people them now sit down and talk about say that them puss and dog and hagger them yard have PNP blood or Labour blood. So and how we just sit down and we just been fool every time. So we just sit down and been fool and we sit down and take it and say nothing and do nothing about it. Eh? We can understand it.
I don't understand it myself.
This man coming in now, and was supposed to be coming in now, then selling it out, and we can't know anything. Not even as far as what me understand, sometimes hear the news. Not even the opposition know things were going. If the government, the men them go on a mission or so forth, and then come back, them says not at all about anything. We keep in the dark in everything all the while. One day we might just see them contact you over and say, well, boy, you've been sold out or whatever maybe.
Yes. All right, sir. Thank you very much, yo.
Yeah, man.
All the best to you. Okay, we're going to read some email for you.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins, I believe in the findings of Bill Johnson's poll, where he said the people believe that the country is going in the wrong directions. 62% of them, of those polled. But they are supportive of such a government that is taking them in the wrong direction anyway. Mr. Perkins, for some time now, the people continue to vote for a government that is not responsible for the running of the country. Haven't you noticed that? This principle and understanding was established in P.J. Patterson's prime ministership. Listen and read the apologies. Jamaicans, especially PNP supporters, through the stewardship of Michael Manley and Mrs. Portia Simpson-Miller, told the people that they love the poor. And it seems that since there are so many poor people around, they'll get a lot of love back. Another factor is Christianity.
Is what?
Is that Christianity, which is so dominant in Jamaica, teaches that it must get worse before God comes. And so these Christians welcome their own suffering, because it is an indication that God is near.
Judgment Day is coming. Heaven is at hand. Listen to the preachers. The JLP is not doing a good job either at focusing on the issues. They're all over the place. Look at the crime rate, the injustice people are suffering, no economic growth, social chaos, high real unemployment. These issues need to be placed squarely at the feet of an incompetent government. A government that has been incompetent from day one in the office, that didn't seem to me to have entered politics or gained power in order to run a society for the good of all who live in it. And what is happening, Mr. Perkins, is being aided and abetted by the media. The JLP has allowed itself to be drawn into a personality-based campaign. It goes on in all the media every day without fail. The PNP has a poor track record on performance, but they have the strength and support in high-power public relations and spin doctoring. Or should I say fin doctoring?
Fin doctoring?
Dear Mr. Perkins.
Yes, no, I think that there's a fair amount of truth in that, you know. The PNP has the media behind it, and the places like the university and so on, you know. And maybe I don't know the business community, I don't know what their position is at the moment, but I don't know. They find it easy to make propaganda, you know. Anyway.
Mr. Perkins, it seems as if the managers in the PNP have taken Mr. Bill Johnson's poll seriously. Just because he said the other day that in a poll he took of the area, Joan Webley seemed to be leading Maxine Henry Wilson. And all it needed was for the Prime Minister to go there.
Well, the Prime Minister is going tomorrow, isn't she?
If not today, I don't know.
Yes, I think.
Mr. Johnson seems to be saying that all Portia has to do is just hug and kiss the people.
I think.
Hug and kiss the people, and the fifth term is secure.
Yes, because the people are stupid.
Mr. Perkins, do you really believe this?
Well, I don't believe that the people are stupid, but Mr. Bill Johnson, an eminent American pollster, seems to be implying that in his and other pollsters have from time to time, I suppose, done the same thing.
Mr. Perkins, the JLP should not let the PNP and their public relation practitioners, spin doctors, set its campaign agendas. The PNP's main strategy is once again to hijack and distract the minds of the people from the real issues and cloud the air with petty personality issues such as love for Portia against love for Bruce, just as they did with Mr. Siaga. Do you remember it, Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
All the demonizing?
Yes.
When Mr. Siaga was head of the JLP and running against Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
They were also good at using situations like the Jezebel issue against the JLP. Like they did the things that Carl Samuda once said. The media itself wallows in pushing these issues against the JLP. The JLP is never prepared for this petty contest and oftentimes ignores their impact to its peril. This time around, JLP's strategy should be not to ignore but to publicly acknowledge it, then dismiss it for what it is.
Hold on just a moment.
Responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHT annual returns now. The time by the NHT is
12:45.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Red Hills Road. Telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialist, where everyone gets a discount.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome to Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. We continue with our email.
Marty, it's now coming to the fore. The JPSCO rates were so contrived at the time of fixing the tariff. It's another example of the sellout. I heard Mr. David Geddes say that the number of customers who use less than 100 kilowatts per month is a substantial quantity. How many is that figure really? I suspect many so-called poor customers use enough to make them pay as much on average as the light commercial or rate 20 customers. The heavy industry or rate 40 users are in such small numbers nowadays that the tariff structure of a manufacturing country no longer applies to Jamaica. And so the rate 10 customer is called upon to bear the brunt of generating and distributing energy via deliberately skewed tariff structure. Please ask Mr. Geddes to give the time of greatest electricity demand for Jamaica today compared to, say, 10 and 20 years ago. That should tell the tale. A highly producing nation will show peak usage at mid-afternoon with a plateau at nights. If it shows a peak between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m., it signifies a pleasure-seeking consumerist society, not a truly competitively productive one.
That's interesting.
Mr. Perkins, another beef we have with the JPS is that when they send the bill with a payment date of the 22nd, when we get paid on the 25th, is just to frustrate us even more and gives them excuse to make extra money when they disconnect our lights. Mr. Perkins, perhaps Prime Minister Simpson Miller needs to re-examine her extreme religious views of being God's anointed and prophecies against the stark reality on the ground and deal with incongruities. A quick view of Miss Simpson Miller's constituency highlights some of these contradictions, and we are as yet to hear, as leader of the government, any commitment to rid Jamaica of virulent garrison politics and worst practices in governance. We have shied away from discussing some of the most virulent ills of our society for so long that the younger people seem to take them as norm. Mr. Perkins, you know there's such a thing as misplaced love. There's case after case in America where children and even some adults who are kidnapped or abducted and kept away from those they love by various kinds of people for various reasons oftentimes come to love those who have abducted them and identified them. I don't know if you remember such a case of a young girl. I think she was abducted for more than 10 years, at least. She had ample opportunity after a few years to go home, yet she did not. Mr. Perkins, this reminds me of the Jamaican people. We have become so accustomed to poverty and grime, to filth and corruption, that we do not know what it is to have a clean, cool bath and someone or some organization that we truly elect that will make this place a better country to live in.
Okay, how many more do you?
No, I'm through if you...
That's it?
Yes.
All right. Tell me something. Read just the start of this for me. That's the Paul Chen Young document that the lawyers have filed in the United States.
In the Circuit Court of the 11th Judicial Circuit, in and for Miami-Dade County, Florida. Defendant's notice of objection to recognition of foreign judgment. Defendant Paul Chen Young, through his undersigned attorney, submits his notice of objection pursuant to Section 55605 Florida Statute to the recognition of the out-of-country foreign judgment filed herein by the plaintiff and served on April 19th, 2007 on the following grounds. 1. The out-of-country foreign judgment was rendered under a system which did not provide an impartial tribunal or procedures with the requirements of due process of law because, among other reasons, A. The judge who rendered the foreign judgment, Roy K. Anderson, was a lawyer partner in the firm of Myers, Fletchers and Gordon from 1994 until 2001, during which time his firm commenced the action and actively represented the plaintiffs against the defendant. Despite the obvious bias and inherent conflict of interest, Roy K. Anderson, after leaving Myers, Fletcher and Gordon in 2001, presided as judge over the case against the defendant. The impropriety of the adverse party's lawyer becoming the judge who rendered the judgment is so blatant that it needs no further explanation. The judgment was not rendered by a competent court, utilizing the proceedings consistent with civilized jurisprudence, where the judge is both lawyer for the adverse party and judge. As such, the foreign judgment is void and subject to collateral attack.
Okay. I'm just wondering if with a thing like this filed, if the court approves it, accepts it in Miami, whether it won't tend to be accepted elsewhere in the United States and maybe in other countries too. But we seem to be going down the tube. All right. Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is Christopher Diley calling from St. Thomas.
I beg your pardon?
Christopher Diley calling from St. Thomas.
Christopher?
Diley.
Christopher Biles.
Yeah, calling from St.
And
Thomas.
you're calling from St. Thomas?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Is a local problem that I'm going through right now. I'd like to discuss. It's like 2 years ago, I met into an accident.
Uh-huh.
And we spent one year and 8 months in the hospital.
Uh-huh.
And after coming out of hospital, still going to and from.
You did what?
Still going to the doctor, back and forth. And right now I end up in an infirmary, and the situation just not right.
Uh-huh.
The situation just not right. So.
The what?
The whole situation, not right. Just not right. I like the position.
Hold on. You say, how many years ago was this accident?
It happened in 2004.
2004?
Yeah, after.
And you spent how long in hospital?
1 year and 8 months.
1 year and 8 months?
Yeah, because I get a neck injury.
And what you're saying, you have had no what?
I get a neck injury.
You get what? A neck injury?
Yeah, my neck break.
Yes.
Yeah, my leg break 2 places and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
And right now, it kind of rough for me away.
Yes.
Where...
How did this accident happen?
After I was coming from going to school part-time.
Yes.
And working part-time. So I was coming from work in the evening now. And a car hit me off a motorbike.
Oh.
Yeah.
And what did the police come into it?
Well, the police come into it and them come look for me one time down by the hospital, and they don't go listen the side of the driver, and none them don't come back to me now nothing.
So the driver wasn't prosecuted?
No.
So what they were saying is that the accident was your fault?
Yeah, they were saying it's my fault.
Was it?
No, they don't hear no statement from me.
Yes, was it your fault?
Well, actually I don't see where is my fault, because the taxi driver was coming at a speed, car I was going under 50.
You were going under 50?
Yeah, as I go around the car and I was going under 50, and the taxi man come down on a stretch, full speed.
Where was he coming from, behind you or in front?
In front.
Uh-huh.
And it's like him the over my side.
So you crashed head on?
Huh?
You crashed head on?
Yeah, no, I try to take off from him and him turn into me.
You tried to take off from him?
Yeah, I turn into me.
Oh, so hold on a little bit. You're going towards him?
Yeah. But he did more over my side. And I go up and it's like I go up on the left hand side. And I try to take off from him.
Okay, in any event, you never took any court action about it, did you?
No.
Well, I don't know if you're not out of time now. But maybe you could consult a lawyer on it.
Yeah. But right now, me in a position where I really need some help, you know?
You need some help?
Yeah. Because I have a part on my foot which was broken. I have osteomyelitis in it, infection coming out the bone, and need a surgery to do on it, and my neck. Need a neck surgery to do on it, and
yes, well,
it's just
you know, so there's so many people There's so many people crying for help that, you know.
Yeah. It's just my mom alone, and
Yes.
she don't really have it. That's why I'm have to really end up in an infirmary and things.
Yes.
And right now, inside the infirmary, I see how things are going inside here. I ask the people put a rotten off on them, something like
Yes.
that, the same thing.
Sounds rough. And you're not under 18?
Yeah, when we meet in accident, I was 19.
You were 19?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
And no, I just kept going.
Yes, so the free medical treatment.
22 now.
You are out of that league.
And right now, me that like say go back go do some therapy and stuff to see if a changes can make.
Get some surgery.
Yeah. See if a changes can make where I can go help myself. Because I'm a person where I believe in, you know. I believe in sit down and depend on people and.
Yes.
I believe in that.
All right, I tell you what, I'm going to have you speak to somebody off air. You can give them a telephone number and your name, right? So that if anybody, you know, can provide you with some help, then we can get in touch with you. All right?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, we take a break. We come back shortly.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is
101.
This Labor Day, you've got a good reason to get out and work. Ace Super Center is getting you ready with their amazing Labor Day specials. Great prices on tools, hardware, paints, houseware, and more. Everything you need for the house, garden, and Labor Day project is at Ace Super Center. So don't miss these amazing Labor Day specials at Ace Super Center off Mandela Highway. Ace, the helpful place. Offer ends May 31. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Was there somebody holding on? No. Okay, all right. We have with us I don't know in what capacity he's here. He's the president of the chairman of the Jamaicans for Justice.
Jamaicans for Justice.
He's also a businessman, and he's also a lawyer. In which capacity?
I'm here as a friend.
As a friend
of yours.
I see.
And as a very concerned Jamaican. But since you give me the opportunity to mention something on behalf of Jamaicans for Justice, might I just mention that Jamaicans for Justice premier fundraising event, which is an art auction and dinner, takes place on June 8th. And I would encourage all to give their support to this worthy cause. Jamaicans for Justice is a non-profit organization. You know the work that we do, Wilmot, and that it's very important.
Well, I don't think that there are many people in Jamaica who don't have some idea about the work that you do. But
I'm hoping that there are not many people in Jamaica who don't appreciate the value of the work that Jamaicans for Justice
I wonder about this, because I was just about to ask you, how much support does Jamaicans for Justice in fact get from Jamaicans? I remember a couple of years ago, there was Jamaicans for Justice put on a demonstration. I think somewhere, I can't remember what it was about, but it was somewhere by the intersection of Oxford Road and Old Hope Road, right? And Oxford Road, Old Hope Road, and Tom Redcombe.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if they had 50 people out there.
Well, I think you'll find that...
And there was another one in Halfway Tree.
Yes. I think that you will find anywhere in the world the kind of public support that you get in things like demonstrations, unless it really incenses people in a very personal way. The support that you get at that personal level is not necessarily well subscribed. I will say that Jamaicans for Justice gets a reasonable amount of support from particularly corporate Jamaica.
Yes.
A lot of our financial support comes from overseas organizations that particularly have funds earmarked for human rights kinds of activities.
Yes.
But I think one would not reasonably expect thousands of people to come out in a demonstration.
But even when some issue comes up, and Jamaicans for Justice comes out and makes a statement about it, and not just Jamaicans for Justice, I mean, Families Against State Terrorism.
Absolutely.
And all these people.
There are other worthwhile, very, very worthwhile
I hear people out there talking about how there is criminal rights activists criminal rights activists and all this kind of thing. And, I don't get the impression that there are large numbers of people all over Jamaica who recognize the implications of what an organization like yours is doing.
I agree with you, Wilmot. I think self-interest sometimes blinkers people's view. I thank God for organizations such as Jamaicans for Justice, such as Mrs. Sober's organization, Families Against State Terrorism. I think is very important. Nancy Anderson's organization.
Yes.
I think all of these are critical to the proper functioning of Jamaica as a state. I think human rights organizations worldwide are critical to balance the awesome power that states have. That's their role, and I think it's a very important role, regardless of who government is.
Yes, but the thing is this: what I'm trying to point out is that here in Jamaica, you're going up against not just disinterest on the part of large numbers of the very people whom you are putting yourself out to try to help, because we're not talking about cherry gardens now. We're talking about people in the so-called inner cities. Those people, I hear a lot of from the sound of things, one gets the impression that these are people who have no real interest in human rights, and when something is happening in one place, they demonstrate about it and come out in front of the television cameras and so on. But if the same thing happens in another place, they have no interest in it.
Well, one thing is clear though, Wilmot, in all the demonstrations all over Jamaica, the common thread, the common theme, we want justice, is really the uniting or the unifying call. Yes. I agree with you until, as a people, we recognize that
it is not a unifying call.
Well, it is a unifying call.
When I get hurt, I want justice.
Yes.
When you get hurt, you call out, you want for justice. I have no interest. I'm not there with you calling out,
we want justice.
We want justice.
As a whole.
As you were not here with me when I was calling it out.
I agree with you on that. And it may
that is
be
a profound weakness.
It is a profound weakness. And it may be that the word that I ought to use is a common call rather than a unifying call.
Yeah.
It does have the potential to be unifying. And I think until Jamaica realizes that regardless of stripe, color, political affiliation, preferences in life, we're all one people. And until people realize that governments do have limits on the power that they can exercise, I think we're going to have problems.
But the people who stand most immediately to benefit from this are themselves not at all interested in it.
I would have to disagree with you, Wilmot, because the number of calls that we get at Jamaicans for Justice is almost overwhelming.
Oh, yes, that is when something happens.
Yes.
When somebody becomes a victim of injustice.
Yes. Yes.
But not when people are not saying, well, if I can stop the monster at that man's door, then the likelihood is that it won't reach mine.
I'm not certain that we as a people yet recognize that in protecting the weakest amongst us, we're also protecting the most powerful.
Absolutely.
And by protecting the guilty, we're certainly protecting the innocent.
Yes.
I think there's lots of work to be done in that regard. And the hill is pretty steep in Wilmot. But we believe in what we're doing. We believe it's in the best interest of the country.
Yes.
We believe it is critical to the good order of life in Jamaica.
Yes.
And it's a fight that we will continue. And we will continue with this fight regardless of who we think the offending party is.
Yes.
Justice is justice. Right is right.
I remember hearing Ronnie Thwaites on his program one morning talking about some person that he knew whose daughter had been raped. And he didn't think it worthwhile going to the police about it. He went to the Don. And in 48 hours, the man who had done the raping was dead. Right? There is a sense in this society. I mean, if people could believe in the accessibility to justice, if justice was there for all of us to access, I think there would be a hell of a lot less crime in Jamaica.
Absolutely. And one of the reasons why I wanted to come by today arises from a discussion that you had with a lady yesterday or the day before, part of which I caught. Her argument essentially was, back off, let the police do what they have to do.
Yes.
That is an unacceptable type of approach.
Yes.
Wilmot. It's dangerous. It sort of ignores proper procedures, accountability. It ignores the fact that the police force, although it's called a police force, is really a police service. And it ignores the institution, or what ought to be the institution of in this case, a criminal justice system.
It's more than that, There's an element of viciousness in it. Because the person who is talking like that is doing so because of a sense of her own security. She's not going to be exposed to that kind of treatment by the police. Right? The people who are going to be exposed are the damn niggers out there. Right? And that is why she feels like this and feels secure. That the more of them the police can kill the safer she's likely to be. Right? And none of that is going to be any pain to her. That seems to me to be the attitude of a lot of people like that in this society.
Regrettably, I agree with you, Wilmot.
Well, I regret that I believe so too.
The other reason that I came by this afternoon, I saw in the newspaper an article in respect of the police force. I think you're getting a signal for a break, Wilmot.
Oh, well, let's take it and come back.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Education's important to me. From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotia Bank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here and we're talking with Mr. David Wonken, the chairman of Jamaicans for Justice, businessman, lawyer, and I don't know what else.
Trying to write a book.
Oh, yes. But you did write one.
Trying to write another.
Yes.
Before the break, Wilmot, I was indicating that the other reason I came here was because I saw an article in today's Gleaner.
Yes.
And in fact, I remember seeing articles in the Observer a week ago, I think, regarding the Wilmot matter and the almost condemnation. I think it was more an editorial in the Observer, if I remember correctly, a condemnation of the police, in particular Mark Shields' handling of the murder investigation. And then, of course, as everyone would know, there was recently as well the leak from, I think it was the British Times,
yes,
that their pathologist, their forensic unit in England, had come to the conclusion
that he had died of a heart attack.
And then, of course...
But so I don't know. That information came out in the Gleaner, and I believe in a British newspaper, but the British newspaper credited a source in Jamaica with the information, with having got the information from that source.
And we haven't yet heard any official position from the Jamaican authorities,
yes,
either the police or
now, whether that means that they have got the information but remain silent about it, or that they have not got the information. In fact, if they had not got the information, one would expect them to make a statement in response to all this publication in the press that the information has not yet come to them.
Well, a couple of things come to mind, and I wanted to speak with you to see if you could help clarify my own thinking,
yes,
and the thinking of your listeners. Let us go right back to the first announcement,
yes,
the first press conference, at which the Commissioner had not been present. And in fact, I doubt that the Commissioner has yet made a public statement regarding this. At that press conference, we had Deputy Commissioner of Police Mark Shields.
Yes.
And we had Carl Angel, who, if memory serves me correctly, appeared there as the representative
of the Commissioner.
That press conference was troubling to me.
I read a statement on behalf of the Commissioner.
Yeah, and that was troubling to me simply because we had the second in command, Deputy Commissioner Mark Shields,
yes,
there. He was there. Why then was it necessary to have Carl Angel read on behalf of the commissioner. I would have thought that DCP Shields
would be the representative of the commissioner.
Right. So that sort of created a little discomfort in me. Nonetheless, we had this press conference that said Mr. Wilmot had died by manual strangulation, a fixation caused by manual strangulation. I remember clearly that Deputy Commissioner Mark Shields was being careful to say we approach this with an open mind. He's repeated that several times. It bothers me on reflection because here it is now, we know that there has been a second opinion being sought. And I ask myself the question, why?
You mean from the British?
From the British. Or I'm not sure who actually the second opinion is being sought from. I think maybe the British. So I ask myself the question, well, why? In a country like Jamaica, why is it necessary to get a second opinion? Don't we have enough confidence in our own forensic abilities, number one? Number two,
the answer to that obviously is no.
Well, I would agree with that. But more than that, Wilmot, it's suggesting to me that there was something about the crime scene that was not convincing. And I put that together with we approach this with an open mind. Suggests to me that there was some discomfort between what the forensic was saying, what I think Dr. Shire was saying, Shire was saying, as compared with what the crime scene was saying. I remember that it took an inordinately long time for things like toxicology to come back.
Yes.
I remember the police being very cautious about saying anything, and there was even criticism that this thing was taking too long. So it seems to me that from the very get-go, from the very initial stages, there were questions to be asked. One, I don't know why the commissioner had to have his press agent make some statement rather than his deputy commissioner of police.
Yes.
That's number one. Number two, I don't know why so much caution.
And he has made no other statements, so far as I can remember.
As far as I know, none.
Yes.
There was clear caution, particularly on behalf or from Mark Shields, because he was the spokesman. He was the guy talking.
Yes.
And I imagine this was a caution shared by his officers. Just that he was a spokesperson. But there's clear caution that something wasn't quite meshing. And then when I look at that now and put together the need for a second opinion, I'm getting the feeling that there was some disconnect.
I don't see that business of sending stuff to Britain to be analyzed is not all that unusual, you know. When foreigners, you know, there's something. I mean, I can't give you a case, but I'm sure it is not the first time that I've heard of this.
I can't think of one. You may be right. I simply can't think of one.
I can't think of one at the moment. But the thing is this, that I think that the impression is being created abroad, and it is a correct impression in my view, of incompetence in the forensic, the people who are responsible here for forensic investigations. If you look at the murder rate in Jamaica, and the number of these murders that are cleared up, and cleared up has a special meaning. You know, it means the police may have shot a man last night, and he was he was wanted for 20 murders, so 20 murders are cleared up. And on that basis, they clear up only some 30-odd% of the murders committed in Jamaica.
Yes.
Right? Now, that is a very sad statement.
Well,
right?
All right. I agree with that, Wilmot. Because
hold on, let me just complete the statement.
Sure.
That what is happening in the Wilmot case is only an example of this?
Well, it brings me to this question, and really what I wanted you to talk through with me. You have police officers who are relying on a forensic report to say this is murder.
Yes.
Well, they're not really saying murder. They're saying a fixation by manual strangulation.
Yes.
Translates to murder. What do the police do? Is it that they have the choice to say, we are not going to treat this as murder, even though you say it's murder? or are they obliged in law to, or procedurally, to investigate as a murder investigation? And why I put the question that way, Wilmot, is it seems to me from the Observer's editorial, and I think it was an editorial, and from the Gleaner reports, including today, it seems to want to pin incompetence and blame
on the police.
On the police. And I'm getting the sense that that's not right.
Yes. Well, insofar as the police they themselves do not have the facilities for determining how the man died, for doing, postmortems and this kind of thing. There are other government agencies that are responsible for that.
Charged with that responsibility.
And it is, insofar as that aspect of the matter is concerned, these are the agencies that have fallen down.
Not
they
the police.
Have supplied the police with, it seems, with confusing information, or have contributed to the confusion.
And without seeing the second forensics, Wilmot, I'm not saying that our forensics are wrong, but it just seems to me that it can't be in any event the police to blame in this instance.
Well, I tell you something, it is hard to think that our forensic people could be right when we hear, first of all, that the post-mortem was inconclusive. Then we hear that it was suspicious. Then we hear that it was murder by manual strangulation. Then we hear about toxicology tests and the possibility that he may have been poisoned by some
exotic
agent from Pakistan. Then we're hearing that he may have died of a heart attack, right? And I suppose we may yet hear that, some...
But then you agree with me, though, Wilmot, that in this instance, and it's important to me because I beat up on the police quite a bit, but I just don't simply think that in this instance, that the police are the ones to pin any sort of negligence or blame on.
No, it's a system that is defective, and the police are only part of the system, right? And you talked about the business of, if the post-mortem people saying something, the police having to go by that. There is also the question of the inquest, which has not yet been held and seems not likely to be held for now. And there are a lot of cases, one understands, where inquests have been sitting down waiting for
4 years.
For 4 years and more.
Yeah.
Right? And this is, I believe there are over 4,000 cases.
That's the report.
Which is contrary to the law.
Yes.
Right? And the whole system is in disrepair.
Even that, Wilmot, you consider that, and this is not to point fingers unjustly at anyone, but you consider that Madden's Funeral Home are the contracted party to retrieve bodies.
Yes.
Which means it's not our government ambulances. I understand that they store most of the bodies rather than having a public mortuary that is...
Yes, there is no public mortuary.
You have to wonder then, what of the forensic evidence that needs to be preserved?
Yes.
What of the dignity of the persons who have died?
Yes.
In situations where even Madden's is overcrowded?
Yes.
What of the families of the victims? It would be interesting, and this is just a straight economic exercise. What have we paid out to private contractors over the last 10 years, let's say, to carry out this public function, and couldn't we have used that money to provide proper public facilities to carry out those functions, which ought properly to be public functions? Now, what happens when forensics are destroyed because a private company isn't trained properly to preserve the forensics, not necessarily just to deal with bodies, but properly to preserve evidence and that sort of thing. What really happens?
Hold on 1 minute for me.
Reach your financial goals with a COK Golden Harvest Investment Plan with free insurance protection. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK, invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:30.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Yes, Mr. Wonken, you were saying.
Just to put the icing on the cake, Wilmot, I understand that the budget that the government has allocated for forensic work has been cut.
It has been cut for this year.
For this year. So, I mean, it seems quite incredible to me. There's so much that needs to be done. And come back to the newspapers, though. There's another thing that bothers me about it.
Well, before you move away from this, right, let me just point out to you that you're discussing one aspect of decay, right? But how does this differ from all the other aspects, from the condition of roads, from the state of security, from the condition in the Kingston Public Hospital,
schools,
right? And other hospitals? I mean, I hear people up to the other day talking about cockroaches crawling over them in the Kingston Public Hospital.
And bird mess.
And
the bird mess.
And yes. And when this was raised some time ago, what is she, the permanent secretary or something? No, something in the Ministry of Health.
I think her name was Young.
Doctor.
Young was her last name?
Can't remember the name. I heard she was asking a reporter whether she doesn't have cockroaches in her house.
I remember that discussion.
You know, I wish she had asked me that, because I would tell her that quite definitely I can't remember the last day I saw a cockroach in my house, right? Because there are things that you do. You don't just sit down and have cockroaches crawling all over you. And when the governor of Jamaica in 1930, whatever it was, 6, had an operation in the Kingston Public Hospital, did he have cockroaches crawling all over him? And why? Why not? Right? But the whole country is in decay.
Yes.
Right? All government facilities. The situation that you're talking about in relation to Wilmot and other crimes, all government facilities are in that situation.
And this arises as a consequence of bad management, Wilmot, a debt burden that sucks up every opportunity for any dollar to be invested in infrastructure.
But it also arises, look here, governments are spending in this country huge sums of money every year allocated in the budget, right? And when development like these occur over a period, what it reflects is an order of priorities. What is important, right? Don't tell me that if government was of the view that we cannot have people in the Kingston Public Hospital with cockroaches crawling all over them, that could not have been dealt with. Right?
$9 billion on World Cup cricket, Wilmot.
Absolutely. Right? So it is a view that is taken of what is important. Right? The money is going somewhere. Right? Air Jamaica has been squandering enormous sums of money. And I got an email, a document from some newspaper in Singapore Times, I believe, that Singapore Airlines last year increased their profits by something like 72%. And they're expanding the airline. There's some new aircraft that is coming into the biggest aircraft in the world it is going to be, and they are
refurbishing
their fleet.
Right. No, we're doing things
and
wrong.
I gather that I was talking to a pilot the other day who was telling me that that what is happening in the airline business is that the big airports in the world are all, I mean, they have no space for new flights coming in, right? And if your airline is allowed, whatever it is, let us say 10 flights a day, it is going to suit you better to come in with an
More
aircraft
passengers.
with 500 passengers than with one with 150.
Yeah.
And that is what is going on. Air Jamaica is out of that league completely.
Yeah.
Right?
No question.
Yeah, so what is happening here? Why is it that everything in Jamaica is just rotting?
I put it down to bad management, a great deal of corruption, a sense of winning elections.
Don't underestimate the impact of corruption.
I don't. I think it's our single greatest problem. Wilmot, I don't want to stray too long because I don't want to deprive your callers.
Yes.
So I want to come back to the issues that burn me. The recent uproar about the promotions of police officers.
Yes.
Why is it that very few people, you and perhaps nationwide,
yes,
have picked up that call that they need to know the basis upon which certain police officers, Mr. Henry being the most prominent, have been promoted over other police officers, the criteria for that. The last I heard of that was the chairman of the Police Services Commission, I think it was, Mr. Hilton, had made some statement that he had requested or required the Commissioner of Police to give him the recommendation upon which he based these promotions. I've not heard anything more.
That reminds us of the demand made by the Prime Minister for an investigation into the beating of the taxi driver's wife and his wife in Halfway Tree.
So these demands are apparently made and either forgotten about or ignored by the person upon whom the demand is made.
Yes.
In this instance, it's incumbent, I think, Wilmot, for the Commissioner of Police to break his silence.
Yes.
He owes that duty to the Jamaican public. He is the Commissioner of Police.
Yes.
Like him or don't like him, he is the Commissioner. He's the one who made the appointments. He must be able to say the basis upon which these promotions were made. And it's not just Mr. Henry. I understand there to be about 5 persons who were promoted, who, if the stories are to be believed, ought not to have been promoted.
Yes.
And the stories have to be believed in the absence of any contrary view expressed by anyone else.
Does the government sound at all interested in this matter?
Well, I was coming to that. I think we need to hear from the Commissioner on this topic. I think we need to hear from the Minister of National Security on this topic. And I think we need to hear from the Prime Minister on this topic.
Yes.
They owe the Jamaican public a duty to say why officers like Mr. Henry, faced with so many complaints, had been promoted.
Yes.
There may be a good reason, but the public doesn't know that. And I'm sure interested in that. I'm interested in that because I'm so critical, so oftenly critical of the police. I need to know that it's not just all bad.
Yes.
And I think that's very important. And I'm a little surprised that the newspapers in particular are so focused on things like the silence of the Jamaican Constabulary over a Wilmot matter, rather than the silence of the Commissioner over this promotion matter, which I think is so much more important.
But you know, I've always said on this subject that we are all of us, every single one of us, has within us the potential for good and the potential for evil. And which one of those comes out of us might very often be an institutional matter, right? If you're a member of an institution, if that institution demands good of you, then you're going to have to let out the good or suffer the consequences, right? If that institution demands bad of you, then you're going to have to let out the bad or depart the scene, right? One way or another. And you might, one of the ways in which you might depart the scene is that you are on a thing one night and there is some shooting and you get a shot in your back, right? That's a possible way, right? And I contend that the police, part of the problem with policing in Jamaica is that, first of all, we have to recognize that the police force is a Jamaican institution. It recruits its policemen from Jamaican society, and they are imbued with the Jamaican culture, right? So it's not a matter. What is wrong with the police force is symptomatic of what is wrong with Jamaica.
Agreed.
Right? And to give an example, there are often cases and cries of police brutality and whatever, right? Does government in Jamaica exhibit an interest in, look, the police can come here and do something, and I can say that they did so and so and so, and what I say is a lie, right? They can say that they didn't do it and they can be lying. What we need to give justice, and to provide a police force that is credible, that people can trust, is an investigative unit that is independent, that has command of the situation, that they don't get to the scene 10 hours after what occurred and when all kinds of things have been altered, right? Some prompt attention, and they go, they investigate, and they come up with a thing that people, a result that people can believe. Is the government showing any interest in that?
Not that I can see, Wilmot. Well. Not that I can see.
That is where the problem lies.
And it's symptomatic.
Yes.
It's symptomatic because, as you've indicated earlier, we're just barely touching on one small area.
Yes.
But it's pervasive throughout the whole
yes.
the whole system.
What you're saying about this issue applies to so many others in the country.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's very, 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 very sad. I don't know how we're going to get out of this one. It's seriously problematic. I don't know.
Well, Wilmot, I'm going to take my leave of you.
Well, it was nice talking to you as usual.
A pleasure, and I thank you and your listeners for indulging me.
But I don't know. Is anybody? How many other people are there in Jamaica interested in what we've been talking about?
You know, Wilmot, the thing about it, what gives me the encouragement is that even though at times you believe that you're speaking in the wind and nobody's hearing, so very, very often the most surprising people will stop you on the street and say, look, I hear you on the radio, keep up the good work.
Right.
And this would come, the most gratifying of those kinds of comments come from people that I don't know at all.
Yes.
People that I've never met before. A bicycleman stopped by my car window one day, tapped on the window. I was a little apprehensive, to be truthful. Tapped on the window, I rolled it down. The man said to me, look, Mr. Wanken, I hear you on the radio. keep up the good work.
Yes, but what are the consequences of this? Are there any good consequences flowing from the good work that you're...
I think so, Wilmot, because I believe that what you do and what I try to do and so many others of us try to do is really educate, inform, advise people of their rights.
And you see, see signs of this taking on?
Well, the fact that people who I don't know will express appreciation tells me that some people are hearing. Some people are understanding the message. And this isn't one party. This is not a party business. This is right across the board.
Yes, but understanding is important, ultimately, insofar as it leads to action.
Well, Wilmot, we're coming up to a very significant event in Jamaica, general elections. If people are dissatisfied,
look here,
then they must vote.
Look here.
If they're satisfied, then they must vote.
But Mr. Johnson is telling us that 62% of the people believe that Jamaica is going in the wrong direction. But on the other hand, they seem to be prepared to continue going in that direction, according to him.
Bill Johnson's poll is dissatisfying for a number of reasons. I'm not saying it's inaccurate necessarily, but it's contradictory. It reflects something on a national level that is not consistent with what it reflects on the constituency.
But anything that is contradictory has to be inaccurate. It cannot be other than inaccurate.
True.
Hold on 1 minute for me.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:46.
Carbiz Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village for the finest Jamaican souvenirs and craft items, perfected by the island's most talented and skillful artists and craftsmen. Also available, Reggae Boys jerseys and accessories. Give a gift of Jamaican craft, 15% off 3 items. Conditions apply. Support Jamaican craft. Be Jamaican. Buy Jamaican. Carbiz Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza, Concert Spring Road. Call 926-4065. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Yes, where were we?
I don't... we're talking about the Bill Johnson poll.
Oh, yes.
We were talking about the accuracy of it, and you were... I was pointing out that it had been contradictory in some respects, and you were saying that as long as it's contradictory, then it has to be inaccurate.
It has to be inaccurate.
You know, what was interesting about those recent polls, though? Both Bill Johnson and Mark Wignall. Bill Johnson polled 5 constituencies. 3 he had the JLP ahead, and 2 he had in a dead tie.
Yes.
So that's 5 constituencies, none of which a PMP were ahead. And then Mark Wignall had 8 constituencies, all of which he says the JLP are ahead. So I didn't go to the trouble of checking to see if there were duplications in the constituencies polled. But if there are not, then that simply means there are 13 constituencies in which the PNP are ahead in none.
Yes.
Which must be a frightening thing for the People's National Party.
Well, but you see, one of the things that we need to understand, I don't believe in polls, right? Poll results are not scientific. A scientific statement is testable. The truth of it can be demonstrated, right? If that cannot be done, then that statement is not scientific. That's a test of a scientific statement. Now, poll results are not testable.
Well, the moment is past once you do the poll. Once you do the poll, the moment is past.
The moment is past, right? And if I tell you that I did a poll yesterday, and the result of it is so-and-so, right? And somebody else did a poll the same day, and the result of it is something else, right? How are you going to know which one of those is correct, right? And you can't go and do another one to test the truth of what I said, right? Because the time has passed. But what polls are most effective at is influencing opinion. If the polls keep telling you that party X is miles ahead, if you're a supporter of party Y, you might well say, boy, no use my going out to vote, right? Because party X will win. And I believe that the result of the 2002 election was largely a result of poll influence, right? A lot of people didn't go out to vote. In some areas it rained, right? And the question is, did they stay home just because it rained? Or because they believed that the die was cast, and therefore what the hell is the point of getting wet? Right?
I think you're right about the attempt to influence opinion.
Yes.
I think that is equal on both sides of the fence, though, Wilmot.
It may well be, but that is not the point. The point is that it is defeating democracy. It is doing serious damage to democracy. Right?
Less damage than prophecies, though, Wilmot. Less damage than prophecies.
Well, prophecies is in a way mimicking the polls, because what the polls will tell you ultimately is that party is so far ahead it's no use your bothering to go out, right? What the prophecy is doing is telling you that God has determined this thing, and therefore forget it.
So,
there's no use.
But if God has determined that Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller will be the next Prime Minister after the next general election, what is the point of a poll?
Well,
what is the point of even canvassing or electioneering or campaigning or anything else?
Yes.
Why don't these guys just drop their hands
and
say God has determined?
Well, because they know that it really isn't so. But God has determined is a way of telling people that if it is no use you're fighting against Portia Simpson, she's going to win. God has determined it. So if you feel you want to vote for something, stay home, don't bother, right? And that is the whole purpose of it, right? And I think that, it speaks of, well, it would seem to me corruption.
But it is. If that's the purpose of it, it would be corruption.
Yes.
But to me, Wilmot, the analysis is rather simple. Do I like the performance of the government over the last several years?
Yes.
Is Jamaica where I would like it to be? If yes, I vote one way. If no, I vote the other.
Yes.
And I'm telling you now, Wilmot, and I'm taking some pride in this. I've been giving this some thought. I take pride in having voted for the People's National Party in the past And I take pride in the fact that I have voted otherwise and will vote otherwise in the future. You know, the point is not to say that I'm no longer a PNP supporter. I will be a PNP supporter if, in fact, in the future, that party shows me that it's the best choice. The point that I'm trying to make is that I take pride in trying to analyze which of the parties can give me the best results for my country. And I will vote for that party regardless of whether they're the People's National Party, the National Democratic Party, or the Jamaica Labour Party. And I think this business about born Jamaica Labourite or born People's National Party supporter is absolutely the biggest type of slavery that there could ever be. I mean, I would be ashamed to say that I'm born a Labourite. I'd be ashamed to say that I'm born a PNP.
It's bad enough if you're born, but I remember hearing a woman out in Westmoreland telling Cliff Hughes in an interview that Michael Manley had made it possible for her to get a house. And there was no way that she could ever again vote for anything but the PNP.
No, that is sad. And that
sounds to me as if the price of a house paid for her body and soul.
and that has to be the biggest indictment of where we are in Wilmot.
Yes, indeed.
That serious polarization on both sides. This born Labourite, born PNP. That is a slavery that I think
I tell you, like you, I have
off.
voted on occasion for both parties, right? But I think the last time I voted PNP was the time before Norman Manley turned up on his platform with Count Prince Miller singing Mule Train. Right?
Well, I'll tell you, Wilmot, I voted for Michael Manley's first term.
No, I wasn't. I didn't vote in that election.
I voted for Michael Manley.
I didn't vote in that election.
With a great deal of anticipation, with a light heart, expecting great things for Jamaica.
Yes, so much charisma. Eh? Michael was a marvelous person. You know, he was
my family had been very close to Norman Manley. My father having been very close to Norman Manley. So but I do take
a charming man.
I do take pride in the fact that I've been able at least to make an attempt to rationalize who I want to vote for and for what reasons. And I take objection to people saying you're a born this or a born that. No party owns me, Wilmot.
No, quite true. And if people sell themselves out to parties and allow themselves to give their vote, to give it a 5-year vote to a party for a plate of food, right? Which 5 minutes time you're going, 5 hours time you're going to be hungry again. All right. But then your vote is going to last them for 5 years.
For 5 years.
Yes, all right.
For 5 years. Wilmot.
It's very sad.
I have to run.
Yes.
I thank you again very much. I thank your listeners. And
thank you for coming.
I hope it was interesting.
Okay. I believe it was. I hope so. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Do we have time for a call? Yes, we should. Hello? Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Nice talking to you. It's the
Lovely
first time on the
talking to
program.
You.
I have 2 problems.
Yes.
One is for your ears only, and one the public can hear. I'll give you the public's one first. I had a piece of land surveyed sometime in last year.
Surveyed?
Right. It's going 2 years now, and I am unable to get the diagram from the surveyor.
Yes.
So as to get it to a lawyer and have the necessary things done to, because it was like a piece of land given to me by my father.
Yes.
Right, so the land has been probated and stuff like that. So only now I need to get the surveyor's diagram, which I'm unable to get.
Yes.
And each time I call the number that he gave me, I get like just voicemail. I call the assistant, and each time he will tell me he's nearby, call back 5 minutes, and I don't get to talk to the surveyor.
Yes.
Now I don't know where I go from here, because he has been paid all the money.
Yes.
And I'm not getting the documents that I need.
Well, I tell you something, you see. I always suggest to people on this program that they talk too much, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the telephone has made it easier for them to talk and be satisfied with talking.
Okay.
Put the thing in writing. Write to the surveyor's office. You know his office?
No, I don't.
But you have a telephone number for him.
Right.
So you can discover, and you know
what has happened, you know?
Yes?
He was somewhere in Kingston. But I guess because of his dealings, he has been moving around and around.
Uh-huh.
Right? So he like give you a number, like a house number, to find him. When you go there, he's not there.
Yes. Oh, right. Well, look here. There must be some authority. I don't know what it is offhand that deals with surveyors. Maybe the what is it now? The titles office can supply you with that information. And you know, like the lawyers, the general legal counsel, right? There must be some group like that deals with whoever it is that licenses surveyors, right? Get in touch call his office, tell him that you have written a letter to that organization. Find out what it is. Call the what did I say a while ago? The titles office.
Right.
Call them and ask them about this. You know, and call him and tell him that you've written a letter to them, pointing out that he has had this survey for you for so long. You've paid for it and you can't get it, and you can't get in. You know, and that you're going to report it to this organization.
Okay.
Right? Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
The next thing now, the next issue I want to talk to you about.
I'm afraid I have to go on a break now. I don't know if it's going to be a long break. So I don't know if you want to hold on.
No, I want...
Okay?
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, great value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a surface to mid-level trough west of Jamaica. This afternoon will be partly cloudy with isolated showers. Over the next 3 days, expect mainly sunny mornings, and during the afternoons, look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't let us stop you from do it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple, Lionel Town and Wool Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Business Online is brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. Investors in Trinidad and Tobago have expressed concern at the high levels of crime in Jamaica. The issue was brought to the fore at Grace Kenyon Company's investor briefing in Port of Spain yesterday, according to a report in the Trinidad Express newspaper. The meeting seemed very impressed with the turnaround of Grace Kennedy's profits, which increased by 21% in the first quarter of 2007. The report noted Grace Kennedy's acquisition of WT Foods in the United Kingdom and the expansion of Grace Kennedy's product line through the giant Walmart distribution chain in the U.S. Grace Kennedy's CEO, Mr. Douglas O'Rain, observed that crime was on the increase in Jamaica and also in Trinidad and Tobago, and admitted that the matter needed to be addressed urgently. A delegation from the United States and China are meeting in Washington as a part of a two-day talk on trade and economic cooperation. There has been growing tensions over trade between the two nations. Members of the U.S. Congress are concerned about the exchange rate between the Chinese currency and the U.S. dollar. Some congressmen have been calling on the Chinese currency yuan to be revalued by as much as 40%. They are also concerned with the growing trade deficit between China and the U.S., which has reached record levels of $233 billion in 2006. The US, EU, and Canada have taken China to the WTO for barriers for imports of car parts. The Jamaican dollar depreciated by a further 4 cents today against its U.S. counterpart. The local dollar closed trading at an average of $68.20 Jamaican for each U.S. dollar in the Cambio market. There continues to be increased broker demand, and the Bank of Jamaica continues to stay on the sideline. The stock market strengthened today, with 14 of the 26 stocks trading advancing, while 7 declined and 5 traded firm. Market volume continues to be anemic, with only 1.7 million units trading today. National Commercial Bank was the volume leader, followed by Supreme Ventures and Life of Jamaica. The day's main winners were Radio Jamaica up 18% to close at $3.90. Jamaica Producers up 7.9% to close at $27. And Capital and Credit Merchant Bank up 2% to close at $9.60. The day's main decliners were Gleaner Company losing 5.8% to close at $1.60. Mabry Investments dipped by 3.4% to close at $2.56, while Cable and Wireless slipped by 1.1% to close at 85 cents. The JC Index gained 116.16 points to close trading at 89,128.13 points. Our advisory comes to you today from Guardian Asset Management Jamaica Limited. Let's take a look at retirement planning. Are you ready for the days when you stop earning a salary? You don't have to wait until you're 55 years old to start thinking about retirement. But how much do you need to really retire comfortably? A rule of thumb is that you need enough invested to replace about 80% of your current income. Calculate your true living expenses today and what you project into the future. Remember to add in expenses that you may not be incurring now, such as medicine and additional help around the house. Take into consideration future inflation and grow your capital above the expected inflation rate. Your plan at Guardian Asset Management can help you to read the current macroeconomic variables and factor in the expected inflation rate at retirement. Minimize your payables and invest in instruments that offer you a tax shelter. For further information, please contact Guardian Asset Management at 946-3800 or email them at gam@ghl.com.jm. And that was Business Online. If you need further advice, you can call us at 927-7392 or 978-6262 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@today'smoneylimited.com or log on to our website at www.today'smoneylimited.com. Join me again on Thursday for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson, wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
What's up, girl?
Guardian Asset Management designed a portfolio specially for me.
You have so much money?
I've been investing for quite a while. I needed to diversify and maximize what I already had.
So what have they done for you?
They recommended stocks, money market, and US dollar instruments for Michael's education. My portfolio has increased significantly since I started.
Take me to Guardian Asset Management. I want more too.
Let's go, girl. Financial freedom is a wonderful thing.
Guardian Asset Management.
For investors who want more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. Yeah, I'm calling from Spanish Town.
Yes?
Well, Mr. Perkins, I'm not really serving a justice out here in Spanish Town.
Are you serious? What's going on down there?
You want me, I know. I have a car, a public passenger vehicle.
You have a what?
A car.
Uh-huh.
Right? The police take away my car, said I'm operating without road license.
Uh-huh. Oh, you're a taxi man?
Yeah, I'm an owner of a taxi. I don't really drive it, but I own a car. Right? I meet all the requirements for the renewal of the road license. Right?
Uh-huh.
Transport Authority don't issue me with the road license for whatever reason. They hold it up.
Now, hold on a little bit. Yeah. You have applied for the road license?
Yeah, no, renewal.
For renewal of the road license?
Yeah.
And they gave you a receipt?
Yes, sir.
That is happening. Let me tell you something. I hear on the radio a lot of complaints about it from taxi men.
Yeah.
Right? They go in, they go through all the process of application. The Transport Authority gives them a receipt that has validity for 30 days. And at the end of 30 days, they haven't got the road license. The police come down on them, take away their cars, they're fined a whole lot of money. Right? This sounds like a process for making money out of these people.
Right, Mr. Perkins. What did I do wrong? Why my car taken away and sent to the pound? And nobody can say, well, this is what you do wrong.
No, it's the Transport Authority that has set you up.
Right? So, the amount of money we have to pay to the Taxi Association, the Transport Authority, insurance, 2 times you have to do fitness for the year, and then you do a registration and all of those things.
Yes.
And the car been down I'm losing from last week Tuesday up to today, my car is still on the phone. And nobody now tell me, say, well, young man, you're supposed to get paid for your downtime. Them I say, me if you go pay money. So when me pay money for, me pay money already. And I go for the transport authority and I can't hear the person who talk to in a meeting for 3 days.
Let me tell you something, sir. It's the nature of injustice. It springs from the injustice that is practiced in this country. Right? I am sure that the transport authority does not expect that a taxi man is going to be able to put on his taxi for 2 months to wait for a road license. Right? No. He cannot afford to do that. He's going to want to carry on his business, but they are depriving him of the license. Now, why?
Yeah,
and it isn't one taxi man that this is happening to. It is happening to numbers of them.
How can you feel, please, when you pay so much money? And we cannot owe the insurance, we cannot owe taxi association, we cannot owe transport authority.
Absolutely.
No owing. I have to straight up with my money. And just stand up and see the police and take on my car, the man.
How much you had to pay the transport authority?
Transport authority, 7,000, I believe 7,400 or 7,200.
Yes.
And the taxi association is 7,200. Right? The insurance cost me $72,000 for the year.
72,000.
Yeah, the fitness cost me $4,000. And the registration cost me $2,850.
And having paid all of that now,
all of those,
you must sit down and wait.
Right.
Right. And if you try to keep your business going, right, and they catch you with only the receipt, what do they charge you?
Operated without road lights.
And how much the sentence you? How much you have to pay for that?
The court is $15,000.
$15,000.
And the wreckage fee is $5,000. And the storage fee is accumulated.
Yes. Hold on a moment for me.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're opened 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:16.
Tasty, original taste, yes.
Everybody come here.
The original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite. Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, fresh the baby.
The original taste we love. Tasty. The original taste.
Come, savor the flavor, fresh the baby.
Tasty. The original taste. Yes. Tasty.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. Yes, sir.
So me I wonder now, Mr. Perkins, when me can do, because I say, it's like me can't lay down comfortably in my bed to know that me pay up all of my money, meet all of the requirements, then stamp the thing back where it said approved, because I can't overly expense, but get it approved. And I carry it over there, get it approved with stamp and everything. I go to the police and can stand up there like a money him want, but me not decide to give him no money when the person call me. So I show him the thing and say, look at this. Me go as far as do everything, officer. So just easy with me, because me don't know what else to do. Me do everything what me could do in my part. And him say no business about that. And him put the thing on the record and to it. So you know me, them supposed to owe me if you pay me for my downtime when me still have to go pay a wreckage fee and all. You know, transport authority look for me and say no. When we do get through, them will me want to bother pay no storage fee. but me still have to go pay the wreckage fee and suffer the downtime. So me say, why you not release my car since you not find my car, do no fault with my car, why you can't release my car? You still have forced me to go pay a wreckage fee. And the man have a $15,000 ticket worth of car go to court. And all of me downtime, and me not do nothing. Me can't understand what I go on.
Injustice, sir, injustice.
I can't understand what I go on. Right?
Injustice is commonplace in Jamaica, you see.
You see, these are the things that make people get frustrated and all time and boom on themselves and walking or something.
Yes, well, don't try that one. Don't bother with
You
that.
understand what I say?
Yes.
Are them things that people get frustrated from.
Yes, I know.
Alright? Who
I
you
know.
going to sue after me done do this? Tie and a boom and just walk in a place. Because what else you do? We are poor people and we are try something and we tile and get the money and pay, you know, and we still come and take what we vehicle.
Yes.
I have it over the pound. Right now my vehicle over pound from last week, Tuesday until now.
Yes.
Right? And nobody can no one talk to me. Me can't hear nothing about my vehicle more than me hear me have to pay money.
Yes, sir, in this country, justice has fled to brutish beasts.
Right?
And men have lost their reasons.
So me I make this known to the whole Jamaican say we as taxi person have to come together, whether we're going to black road or where we're going to do, for something we have to unite together and see if we can bombard on this thing and we are take with.
Well, that is a possibility, you know. Your federation, what you call it?
Spanish Town Taxi Association.
Well, what you might do is discuss the matter with a lawyer and possibly take it to court.
Yes, well, I'm actually on that verge right now. You know?
Yes.
Because me go fight it to the last
because if you don't, then you're going to have the same problem next year.
Yeah.
Right?
Me decide to fight it to the last. If people go fight a losing battle, me now give it up that way.
Unless you can get a government who will change that situation. Right? So what you might do is demand some answers from the opposition. Right?
Mr. Perkins, man. I'm not telling a lie. And, you know, we need to serve some justice in this thing. A transport authority needs to do better than what they do to poor people. Right? Because we are try something, you know, and we find the money, tile and get the money, right? And pay up all of what themselves pay up, do all of the tests and the checks them what themselves do, right? And you still take on my vehicle, me stand up and look for my vehicle, I go up and record them what more me do, what me do wrong.
Look, sir, you're still lucky all the same because many of the victims of injustice in this country are dead. Right? So the former injustice where you woke up, not all that bad after all. You don't feel so?
Well, yeah, that bad, yes. That bad. I tell you the truth, man. Really
but it bad all the same, but it not all that bad. Right?
Yes, so
there are worse forms of injustice commonplace in this country.
Well, I'm just want to spread it out to all of the taxi operators.
Yes.
Just make we unite together, because if we don't unite, then them things are not going to stop happening to us.
Absolutely,
so
I agree with that.
The taxi association people, them and whatsoever, we don't like, all of we come together and see if we can move it out our way.
I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, so me just take the opportunity to call so that all who are listening to the program can hear. So we have to unite together and see if we can move out these things out our way. Because if we don't do that, then we're going to stand up in front of our way every day. All right, Mr.
Quite true, sir. Quite true. I agree with you.
Yeah, man.
Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. First time on your line.
Happy to have you.
Yes, sir. Now, I was listening to Mr. Golden budget speech.
Yes.
Now, I want to find out if he had all those ideas in 1980 when they were in the house. Why didn't he use those ideas? I would like to find out. And by 3 years time of the call election.
Hold on a little bit, sir. Then the ideas where you're hearing from the rest of them now. If they had those ideas in 1990, in 1989, right? Why didn't they implement them? They had 18 years in which to implement them.
But you want a better government on this?
What?
You want a better government on this?
You don't think you don't think you can get a better one than this?
No.
Oh?
And is God put pressure there, or she going to stay there?
Is God? Hold on a little bit, sir. Don't tell lie upon God, yeah?
No.
They said don't tell lie upon God is a dangerous thing.
She go stay there.
Eh?
God put her there, she go and stay there.
I don't think God had anything to do
Look
with
here,
it.
Mr. Golden.
Yes, but look here.
You know.
Hold on a minute. 1980 was how many years ago, sir?
Don't worry about that.
Now I'm asking, yes, of course. 1980 was how many years ago?
45 years.
Eh?
45 years.
27 years.
Call it that now?
Uh-huh. Now, a baby born in 1980 would be a big man today.
Hear me now.
Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yes, all right.
Now, tell me something.
Hold on a little bit. Over the years, Mr. Golding has acquired new information. I mean, he has new experiences and so on. Wouldn't you think so?
What?
Wouldn't you think so?
So what?
That Mr. Golding would have acquired more experience. He is more experienced. He's more experienced today than he was in 1980.
No, he's a university graduate.
They say he have more experience today than he had in 1980.
No.
You don't think so?
I say he graduated at university. Right?
I'll follow you.
No then. Why did he leave the Labour Party and go from a Democratic Party? And it's no time it mash up.
Yes.
Entirely country.
Can you tell me why it was that Winston Churchill left the Conservative Party, joined the Liberal Party, and then went back to the Conservative Party and became one of the greatest British Prime Ministers of the 20th century? Can you tell me why?
Because he have idea.
You have idea?
Yeah.
Oh.
Mr. Golden don't have any.
Mr. Golden don't have no idea?
No. And the next thing again.
Yes.
The next thing again. He must learn to pay his domestic helper. When they work for him. He don't pay domestic helper.
Hold on a little bit now. Where you get all this information?
All right. You want to know that?
Look here. Don't come with that kind of nasty,
you have to learn to dance
slimy.
before you go abroad.
Okay, hold on a little bit. Hold on. Goodbye. Okay? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
How are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
On the last quarter, but you know, it's coming. Now, Mr. Finn prophecy. And Sister P. Somebody's in trouble, you know.
Why?
Yes. If Sister P don't win, Mr. Finn have to take off.
Why?
You don't believe so?
Well, I suppose that it might follow it might follow, but I tell you something. A man called me and told me that his wife was a member of Mr. Finn's church.
Yes.
And a prophecy was made to her.
Yes.
Not to her, to a friend of hers who was also a member of the church. That she would shortly be getting pregnant and having a baby. Right?
Yes.
They decided, both of them, to leave the church. You know why?
Because if you've never come.
No, man.
What?
Because the lady had a hysterectomy.
And can't get pregnant.
You know what a hysterectomy is?
No, me don't know direct, but
a hysterectomy is an operation, a surgical operation, involving the removal of the womb.
They say she can't get pregnant.
A woman's womb. So she can't get pregnant.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But me assume that it could be that. So she now
the prophecy was that the prophecy we are told was that she was shortly to become pregnant.
So she now have to wait for the pregnancy because she knows she can't get pregnant.
So they left the church.
Yeah. Because that is one side of the story. The next side of the story is if Sister P win, then those who are against Mr. Finn have to take off too. It's a two-side story, you know.
Oh, I suppose so.
Yes, because Mr. Goldner win, you know, Mr. Finn can't, but if Sister P win, those who are against Mr. Finn is in the same problem.
Well.
So we face a dangerous situation in the future.
A very dangerous one.
Because it's a both sides story, and some people will get so hard beaten if Sister P lose, and some people are going to get so hard beaten if Sister P win.
Well.
So what? I don't know it's going to work out, you know, Mutty.
Yes.
It looks dangerous to you. What you say?
Well, the combination of religion and politics has always in history been dangerous. Look at what is happening in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And elsewhere in that world.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to leave you now. I'm sorry. My time is up, eh? Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. Tomorrow is National Labor Day. So I am going to have a rest. And I look forward to being back with you the following day on Thursday. Right? And I suggest that you enjoy yourself. Have a good day tomorrow. Thank you very much. All the best. So long.